Yeah, the Coops the nigga tape, the devil's playground, but this time we're gonna drop a verse for you bitches on idea. Styles of the ancient mutilations, blessings, blessings, blistic, styles of the ancient mutilations, torture, chambers filled with corpses in my basement, blistic, styles of the ancient mutilations, torture, chambers filled with corpses in my basement, torture, chambers filled with corpses in my torture, chambers filled with corpses in my torture, chambers filled with corpses in my torture, chambers filled with corpses in my
rain don't come, say is it the sun, if the rain don't come. In the middle of it, ocean, no so lonely, yeah, and earthy blue. Oh Lord, someone save me, worries way to cool. Most faded next to station, ships slowly sinking. Me and winter's decreased by tender skies, it's getting dark, and the darkness over deep, wicked IODs. Enter deep, cry with me, bloody 7 seas. Mentally wicked, dude, now tell me what must I do? Gotta give my soul to you, will accept it or the proof us through. I love you. Should my ship say?
Don't drop it cause they ain't ready for your coup.
Should my ship say?
Man, fuck that shit, they scared of the triple
Should
six.
my ship say?
But we gon' drop it anyway cause y'all love us, y'all hate us.
The message of thy ships ain't killing me, losing thy crew. May do unto the other session, have some done to you.
Torture, chambers filled with corpses in my torture, chambers filled with corpses in my torture, chambers filled with corpses in my torture, chambers filled with mystic styles of the ancient mutilations, torture, chambers filled with corpses in my basement, mystic styles of the ancient mutilations, torture, chambers filled with corpses in my basement, mystic styles of the ancient mutilations, torture, chambers filled with corpses in my basement, mystic styles of the ancient mutilations, torture, chambers filled with corpses in my basement, mystic.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We're back to the grind. The boss won't be here for some time. I don't know if he'll be able to join us. It's rap music, I don't know what you mean. Okay, I'm just setting everything up. Here's where we left off last time. I think everything... Oh, there's like so much shit on the screen. Okay, the coffee guy won't be here today, as far as I know. Let me just fix up the music that'll be playing and we're good to go.
Welcome to a special hardcore edition of the Weakest Link.
Exclusive tracks. Mixed by DJ York.
I'm doing just fine. No problems over here, I'd say. Feeling motivated, you know? Doesn't happen quite often, but today I'm feeling motivated to continue the grind. Okay, just gotta animate myself walking there towards the door, and that's pretty much it for this scene. Languages. I wanna brag, so I won't say. I think the gore for this one I'll have to do myself, because usually when it comes to project that I post on my channel, I'm usually the one who does the gore. I can't really remember the last time I worked on a project that wasn't like at least partially mine. Maybe the Phobia collab that I just joined and wanted to make a clip, but the collab fell apart. After that, what's been there? I guess only my projects. One project I won't be making the gore for is Hackerman. Like, I helped a bit on that, made some clips, but I won't be making gore for it because they already have their own team. Like a couple people who specialize in doing that. But for this one I think I'll be the one who'll have to do it. You know, me and Boran decided that, you know, the backgrounds and like the assets can be done by, you know, Tarcade and Evildoer, who like joined I think yesterday or the day before, because you know, he offered his work. Hey Jor. But when it comes to gore, we decided we'll do it ourselves to like keep that I don't know how to call it, a personal element of, you know, our parts of the duel. So this one I think I'll be doing myself. Although no, not right now, I just want to focus on finishing the animations first. And then I can do stuff such as gore and maybe some assets. There's still a whole lot of work to be done. Like, let me just quickly split it into like, what's the general plan? You know, general D plan. So we have the intro. Part 1, which is what we've been working on this past week and a half. It's part 1, you know, introducing my character, showing the situations he found himself in, and just finding any type of weapon. Part 2, which we haven't started yet, will be just you know, pure action, like pure, you know, entertainment, some fun, I think, creative ways of like killing people and such. And part 3 won't take too long, at best like maybe 2-3 days, which will be just transitioning from part 2 into just, you know, my character walking around and finding Buran's character, which won't take too long. It will just be a transition between the intro segment of the whole movie into the proper duel, where we fight. So this one is, I wanna say, when it comes to animation, around like 70% done, I think. Like there's still that that one scene I haven't touched yet to do. And also finish all of this that I'm working on. But I'd say 70%. This will take the most time, because this is just gonna be, you know, pure action. That's kinda how the plan goes for this whole project. And yeah, Gore, I'll most likely make it myself. I don't really see how my like sub count comes into equation with like my work. It's not really a race I'm in. No, but much thanks. Also, this whole thing won't be on my channel. This will be on Buran's. Like, we've made an agreement that okay, I'll get to have the roulette on my channel, you know, the project we've also made together, but he definitely takes the duel, because although you'll see I do a lot of this work, you know, like, I don't know how many hours I spent on stream right now, but I'd say I do around like 30, maybe 20% of the work that's required for this whole project. Like, me and Buran agreed that if we win any Madness Day money, we're gonna I'm gonna get 20%. You know, not like 50-50, I'm gonna get 20. Because I feel like that's the amount of work I put into this project in general. I can very vaguely recall what Ninjago was, like as a TV series, because it played when I was like, I don't know, 9. But I feel like you're right. Oh yeah, let me just play you the entire thing. It'll be faster to explain that way. Yeah, that's all of it. Yeah, all 4 of the enemies who appeared in like the first part of this intro are here. This guy didn't appear yet because I tried to animate him at the very beginning of the stream but couldn't. So I just haven't done that until now. Yeah, all 4 of them are dead. Also, Evildoer is currently working on the sprites for them, so they're all gonna look at least slightly different. Okay, what's left here? This is pretty much done. I mean, this is still to be done, but I don't feel like doing it right now. This? Also, I decided that you won't just, open it like, 3D style. Instead, this is just gonna be like detached, rusted off. This is just gonna be easier on me and arcade. Like this. It's laying on the toolbox, but it's not attached. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think that's the idea behind what I'm doing. Here's the cover for the toolbox, but it's just gonna be like standing there, so he can just grab it, you know, over here. Be like, locked. No need to animate.
We never reached the verdict. But now we have. You're guilty.
You know, the perspective is bad. I feel like really bad even. But it's a placeholder anyway, so all it has to represent is the cover, so... I'll let Arcade take care of that.
We demonstrated to you that mankind had become peaceful and benevolent. You agreed and you let us go on our way. Now why am I standing here again?
Oh, you'd like me to connect the dots for you, lead you from A to B to C, so that your puny mind could comprehend. How boring.
I got into madness through lack of parental oversight over my internet activities.
We never reached the verdict. But now we have. You're
No, animating fingers is like what Buran does. I might make it more like, you know, smooth. Maybe even draw a custom hand for it, but I don't feel like that right now. I got this grind motivation, but not like worrying over details type motivation, just getting the basics down. might smooth it over later. It looks jittery. Kinda looks like something Mad Yellow would animate. I don't know why. It really gives me that Mad Yellow vibe. Okay, there's supposed to be like a bunch of junk, like, you know, random machinery parts and like pistol holders. You know, those like let me show you. Like when you have this gun, PM. I mean, like this part detached. Like this part. It's just, you know, detached and it's just laying here. Stuff like that. Just random junk. And I'm not sure how to represent them as placeholders. Actually, I just draw like, I don't know, random shapes and then like let Arcade do everything. That's the one reason why I didn't wanna work on this particular one for quite a bit. It's like, what do I do? The camera in the scene is gonna be like fully dynamic. It's supposed to be his eyes like moving about, and when the camera gets closer, it's his, you know, him like leaning forward. I don't know, maybe just like I remember there was this one sprite pack Konami made. Maybe I can use that because that's like full of the first Project Nexus assets. So, you know, like machines, like cans, stuff like that. Yeah, architect sprites. Let me get that. I could use that. Yeah, this thing. Yeah, see, it's like full of garbage. I can use them. Like 500 backgrounds. What was this background used? Because I don't think it was Project Nexus. I don't think it was in any like Crinkles movies. And this one, like these two. They've been used countless times in like collabs. Was it really Project Nexus? I do not. Maybe in like a special zombie mode, because this looks like something that would be in zombie. Okay, let's just pick some like random stuff. Call everything like tank 1, tank 2, etc. Yeah, and this is all placeholders. Like Arcade is gonna be slightly confused once he first sees it, but gonna have some music. I guess I could add like use the needles into this big junk thing. I remember Stalker had like you know like needle things in gameplay. What do you mean beta? Was it like not used? Here, that no one will notice. I have to ask DJ Janner for that. I'm pretty sure he's the one who made the CBD toilet sprite sheet. Didn't give it. He didn't give it. Give the access to me. So you know that's how private it is. Because you know I used to cherish like every semi-private sprite pack I got. From others. Now I can just probably get whatever I want, and it doesn't feel the same. Also, I feel like the use of custom sprite packs has diminished over the years. Like no one uses custom sprites anymore. I'm pretty sure no one. I feel like 11 variations of like junk should be enough. Like in 11 different things you'd see in like your grandpa's toolbox. Got a heavy buckle. Computer in like the 80s. one more, and then we're ready to like. Yeah, I'm gonna have like one very small like piece of junk. It's gonna be just everywhere. It would be a really funny excuse for like having random shit in your like whatever storage means. It's just a placeholder, bro. Okay, might have more of those, but I think that's enough for now. Okay, how many did I add? Let's check. We're on layer 13. Oh, it splits them in two. Okay, that's quite a bit. Gotta get in there. Hi, Wall. Or should I say, welcome back. Let me just move the boss over for a moment, because, you know, he's not here. Bro, why are you shaking? Come on. Can't you just like look normal? Okay, that's pretty normal now. You know what? There's a good reference to look for whether these, you know, end sizes are correct, the holiness, and it's like close enough, then it should be good. I don't know what the question is, Stocks. Also, welcome back. I don't know how available the VODs are gonna be in like a couple months. Depends how bad the copyright system gets. Also, the one thing that's, you know, just super sucks about this whole copyright thing is that once your video is, I'm pretty sure, over 4 hours, I don't know the exact length, but if it's too long, you can't even go into the like YouTube editor and just cut out the copyrighted part. If you made something that's 4 hours long and it gets taken down, you can't do anything about it. Might as well just re-upload it. And that just super sucks. That's why the ROS 2 time-lapse has been down for like 4 months? Maybe half a year. Now it's back, it's all good. But it was down because I just couldn't do anything about it. well, the idea was pretty similar to the other ideas us at the Bardak Studios had, which is the community sometimes has an idea which is like, you know, new or somewhat unique, that has lots of potential, but they just execute on it, and it's like, hey Agman, speaking of which, and they execute on it, and it just comes out kind of mid. Like they have an idea, but they don't use it to like push madness in a slightly like new and interesting direction. Instead, they just, you know, do their typical thing, but with like an overlay of like, you know, the Russian roulette or the, I think the parkour collab that came out, or the one that's gonna come out right now, or I think did already, which is like the Manhunt games, you know, the Rockstar ones, like the Manhunt executions. There's a collab that's in the works that does that right now, and most of the community just doesn't do much with these ideas. They just kind of use it to do what they've already been doing, which is, you know, just typical madness. So us at the Bardak Studios look at those ideas. Back then, like over 2 years ago, it was the duels, and we just try to, you know, see what potential this idea has and push it as much as we can. So, for example, with the roulette, we did our best to just, you know, do more than just, you know, two guys standing in a room and like pointing at each other, being like, oh, oh shucks, I died. You know, we try to do more with it. So that's what happened with roulette, and that's what we're doing with the duel. And if there is a next like great idea that just severely underutilized, we might do another one, or just come up with something on our own. You know, it's kind of funny how I'm still in a good standing with QMG after how much me and Buran just, you know, roasted them, just called them noobs in form of like an animation. Agbon, tell me, be honest, is there a new Matchek collab in the works? I think you've said you're working on your own thing, but is there like a Matchek collab? You know, another project that you're, the whole team is working on? Oh damn. Matchek is dead, it's over. So nothing for this Madness Day. Yeah, Esho killed it all those years ago. Okay, for those who don't know, Matchek used to have a Discord server that I don't know if it was Czech only or if anyone could join. I don't think I've ever been there, but Esho joined it. Esho joined the Matchek server. You know, the notification was like, Esho joined the server, welcome him, etc. And I think the next day or the same day, DJ Jara made this Newgrounds post that said Matchek is dead. And every time someone mentions Matchek being dead, I just get reminded of how Esho killed it. You mean this one? Because it's meant to be like a perspective thing. Like this is closer to the... Okay, so the VCAM you're seeing is meant to be the character's eyes. It's meant to be a POV shot. So this is closer, he's like, you know, reaching to like this is close to his close to his head. This is like next to his, you know, the bottom of his body, so it's further. He reaches in, the hand gets smaller. You know, basic perspective stuff. Like, here it gets bigger and smaller. I'm gonna fix all this junk in a bit. Because, you know, he's like... This is lower than this. So he like, you know, pulls up, pulls down, you know. Okay, I have to do the beacon first, because otherwise I have no clue what goes where. I think that might be a you problem, Stocks. I don't see any issues on my end. I think it's over. The music is done. Okay, let's play something more spicy. I guess would be the word. God, this hand looks so weird. Alright, never mind. I don't even need to do that effect.
Watch me, the man.
Bro, I don't know how intense you need the music to be. I'm playing like, you know, 90s gabber and still falling asleep.
Unless we say so.
Watch me original rubber style. Watch me original rubber style. Watch me original rubber style. Roots and culture. Leave ya. Watch me original rubber dub style.
Not me. No time for that. Gotta keep on working. Are you just gonna ask that every time? When I played some rap that doesn't play in the radio, you said, "Oh, what is this?" And I play like club bangers from the 90s, and you're like, "What? What is this music, bro?" It's that good shit, man. I don't know, this feels too smooth. Like it's meant to be him, you know, just going through this all this trash, but I don't know. Let's just animate the trash moving around and maybe it'll look better. Bro, it ain't that deep. Come on. If you look at it, everything in life is kinda corny. Alright, challenge on. I don't know, I guess that's in the DNA of this type of music. Like modern versions of like this type of hardcore EDM just have like, you know, meme sound effects, like, you know, bruh, and then like Aurora Borealis, stuff like that, you know? Yeah, I guess it is kind of like YouTube poops from the 90s. I've been recommended everything to do with anger food for like... I think this is the third time I've been recommended it.
Don't you know God? Fuck him, fuck them, and fuck you!
I don't know, maybe someday I'll play it.
Hate is reality. Don't you know God?
I believe in murder. I believe in pain. I believe in cruelty and infidelity. I believe in slime and stink. Every crawling, putrid thing, every possible ugliness and corruption. You son of a bitch! I believe. In you.
Well, the issue with the streams being taken down is that I wanna, you know, keep on streaming. And it would be nice if people were able to rewatch like parts of the stream if they wanted to, instead of it just being blocked. But you know, with movies I can totally understand banning a stream if you like stream a movie, even if it's like old, until it's not in public, what's it called? Public property? Public domain, there. No, with movies I can understand it, because it's... you know, understandable. With music it's just kinda bullshit. Okay, General D is here. We're actually back. I'm pretty sure I know Celeste. Is that like a platforming game? Yeah, I'm not into platformers, but have fun. Say that like it's a bad thing, austerity. This one goes. Really like this one. No, I just really like repetitive music. Like one of my favorite types of metal, for example, is like atmospheric black metal, and most of that is just, you know, repeating one riff for like 7 minutes. And if it's good, I just love it. Like, music has this ability put you into a trance that I don't think any other form of media, like form of art, can really do quite as well. Right, you know what? I'm gonna take a small break. Okay, I guess like 2 questions at once. I'm gonna answer and then I'm gonna go. This isn't hardstyle, I don't think. It's way closer to like gabber. No, hardstyle is like I don't even know how to call it, like more club banger oriented, you know, club, maybe even sometimes poppy form of gabber. Gabber is just like very stripped back, repetitive, aggressive. So yeah, this isn't hardstyle. This is just, you know, before hardstyle. I think it was even a thing. This is like 96. And the General D. I'm still working on the intro. I finished... Let me just show you the entire thing. Currently I'm working on the scene where he's looking through the toolboxes. Through the toolbox. Like, you know, notices them. Is like, oh crap. Dodges them and notices the toolbox. You know, placeholder trash. He's gonna find like 2 grenades in there. Then this happens, which I think you've seen. And then he kills everyone with it. Still haven't made the scene where he plants the thing over the door, but I'm working on it. Yeah. That's it, G. I mean D. I'll be right back.
kill you!
Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna wait for, you know, people to come back and then talk about one thing I wanted to talk about. Okay, I guess people are already here. One way to deal with the whole copyright issue would be something I thought about before starting this whole project, but it's something I don't want to do. And that is, yeah, Deimos is that guy is in the chat, I know. And that is streaming on Twitch, because I know you can like separate your audio, you know, things, so that the music, the copyrighted music, doesn't play in the VODs. So, you know, there would be no music in the VODs, which is already a big disappointment. But also, when I'm live, I think I wouldn't have the issues with the copyright. So I could just, you know, stream whatever I'd want. As far as I understand. The reason I don't want to do it, there are a couple. First, I don't like splitting the people who watch me. You know, so I wouldn't want to like post an announcement video every single day, like follow my Twitch, follow, you know, Eshiel style. I did stream on Twitch once. It was kind of, I mean, in retrospect, it's pretty funny, but back then it was a kind of a disaster. Because I, you know, started streaming. I animated something White Hank related for like, I think 15 minutes, and it came out pretty bad. So I just said like, okay, I give up. I don't really feel like animating, because I just didn't really feel like it. I just want to try out streaming on Twitch. And there was this other thing that was going on. I don't remember what it was, but it was like a big event that I wanted to watch live. So I just started like re-streaming it for like 10 minutes, and then just, you know, gave up. I was like, okay, I want to watch this, so I'm just gonna like go offline. And that's pretty much my whole history with Twitch. Anyway, yeah, I don't like how it would come out. Just not being. Hey, Ditch. Is it real Ditch Switch? I think so. Yeah, I wouldn't like the music being separated from the VODs, even if it would allow me to play whatever I'd want. Also, yeah, I'm not a big fan of Twitch, so I have to deal with it, you know, this way. Also, this album is done. Let me just find something new, and we'll continue with, you know, this scene. You know what, since I don't think I've played anything copyrighted yet, I'm gonna indulge myself a little bit. Remember, kids, respect the OGs.
Hail to the man with the righteous groove. So sick that it makes you move. Closer to the speaker, never weaker. Lines on time and I rhyme the leaker. Lot of knowledge on the microphone when I speak. Rabbit MCs I love to eat. Shocking with the rhyme, getting sicker with time. I'm coming way too real and I'm blowing your mind. I'm tearing shit up, I won't let up.
Okay, this is the only song from the album that I'm not that much into. This one is cool though.
This is a test.
That's cool, Ditch. I thought a bit about making another channel where I just post, you know, shit posts and like stuff unrelated to my madness movies, but you know, like I said, I don't like splitting my audience.
Same old shit, I'm tired. Was once on a payroll, about to be fired. Black radio shame, pop raps to blame. Program your playlist, it sounds the same. With the disco tempo, cliche intro. Whack rap tracks for commercial shows. Mindless music for the masses has to take time away from the real rap master. So I'll stay cool for community airplay while ratings slip for the shit that you play. This is a test, a lesson to be observed. No whack rhymes are heard, I keep on raising the curve. Back and forth, I never stick them soft, I just run it. Punks are shun it, games keeping girlies on it. Paris is the dog, much doper than morphine. Sit with the style so you can say you've seen the radical, magical man, master of master plan. So smooth from beginning to end, this is a test. Back it up when I'm in a place, and all hail to the dog with the righteous bass. The boss I come across, rough on your radio wave. Terror on 2-track whenever I'm played. Punks keep stepping, that's the reason why I come through sicker than a LA drive-by. By dropping bombs and songs y'all keep singing along. So smooth it could never go wrong, this is a test. When you buy a rap record, do you buy it for dance moves, or do you buy rap cause the lyrics are smooth? Cause if you wanna dance, you should stick with the other one and leave a dog alone till the dancing is done. But then when you're ready for the brother who leads and feeds our rap lovers with rhymes like these, I dish a little taste of the bass, a Scarface, and paste a rhyme space to chase the weak need. Cause I don't play, boy my name ain't A, ATC, or NWA. I'm Paris, the Asiatic lord of light, with the power to fight and write rhymes and stay. Cause I'm hotter than lava when I be up on the microphone. By now you should know it, the poet's doper than most. By dispensing of ignorance and by keeping the whack down, you enter to the realm of the Scarface sound. This is a test.
So the concept is this, basically. The whole black nation has to be put together as a black army. And we're gonna walk on this nation, we're gonna walk on this racist power structure, and we're gonna say to the whole damn government, stick 'em up, motherfucker. This is a hold up. We come for what's ours.
Yo, black is time to set stage and guidelines. 10-point program, freeze the genocide. Round the posse to protect the people and regulate and keep straight the
I'm pretty sure Kanye West and Jay-Z were in Paris.
Power to the people is a serious concept. Panthers proud when I say the step. Dig today, I'll end up like Frey. Like cutting them, never letting them get in my way. Soul on ice, what I won't be played like. Pigs and house niggas to set my sight. Cock the gap back to be the pro-black. Arm to harm and alarm with the format. News going out to a racist cop. The first motherfucker steps up, gets shot. Panther power. Step up, but not to step back. Too full grown to allow a gang move. Step to the dog and I show improve. 10-point program, jam the flow and pigs in, belly up, stopped in motion. Who's more brutal than a panther unleashed? Paris. Made to keep the peace. Some duck style when I come inside. Boy, G's a prey, I get played and fried. But I'm too smart to start with the cold feet. No those shows the P don't sleep. Coming through the place all in, you can't win. Panther power protects the citizen. Come on, step forward, the movement. DJ Mad, hit him with that. Panther power. Now, who that thought they could stop? The crown chief leader of the movement rock. When I say build, I mean come correct black. Cause I see straight and I don't play tag. Step to this and end up like Axel. Devil's all and P-Dog attacks you. Panther power keeps punks from running up. Play the front and you might get stumped. Witness this, the original man. Made the earth cream of the my land, black and strong and not down to half step. Peace is kept, police are ripped. Heed the plea, it's a new direction. Strength and unity, peace, protection. One for you, we in the movement won't die. And the strong survive, hands of power.
Yep, good morning, Ford.
Enter into a new realm, a new dimension. Pay close attention and witness knowledge born on a microphone for the people that I call my own. Remember back when good rap was just a cool dance hit, even though it wasn't saying this. Well, them days is gone, I don't play that. Pick the punk and I'll say like whack. Stick with the sick style for the serious. Hip hop lovers can't get enough of this. Black tracks on wax are so smooth, you can't help but to start to move. This is a call and a plea for unity. Black is back, uplift and be free. Keep pushing, the movement moves on. So strong now. With a raised fist, I resist. I don't burn, so don't you dare riff. A step to me, I'm strong and black and proud. And for the bitch, hope I ain't down. Life in the city's already rough enough without some young sucker running up. You don't know me, so don't step. I roll to the right and then bust your lip. Paris is my name, I don't sleep. I drop signs and keep the peace. Here to bust this for better justice. Another dope Scarface release. This is a serious style for the gifted. Pro-black radical raps uplifting. Still growing, the power so strong. You can't stop it now. Straight up on a movement tip. With force as strong as I lost my third eye. Black is back and P-Dog will never die. Who says that you can't do this? Can't be wise or be for the movement. Games I won't have, so don't you play none. You'll see why when I'm gone. Skinheads end up dead cause I don't play. Brother swarm under the form of Scarface. Round up, roll out, we'll roll them up like Rolos. I stomp 16 solo. Straight for the jugular, hope that I don't swarm and bust a cap by night. So you just keep your place cause I won't stop. I'll keep pushing that movement rock when I break. Once again, my friend, I tried to help improve another brother's life by coming through with the righteous groove. Tells right from wrong, makes people move. Not idiot crossover songs that appeal to all and make you sing along. No, this one is for the chosen few who want to build and uplift my people too. So listen to the words I speak, cause the words are truth and truth's how I reach when talking about the things that I see, when talking about this color called ebony. Not selling drugs or corrupted thugs, killing off their own, trying to make a buck. Nah, that ain't the way it's done today. Gotta come together, gotta educate, gotta uplift, lift up your head, stand strong and proud, don't end up dead. Take time to make that move, be sure to be straight and you'll improve. Live long, be strong and you'll see the better is a life, live long and carefree. Just stay on a righteous path, you'll see the truth and won't have to ask why I don't make the rhymes that say how ignorant brothers act nowadays. I just talk about the things that I see when talking about this color called ebony. Y'all to listen, see what you're missing. What lacks in the competition is strong words of pride and unity. I'm glad that y'all in tune to me. I'm here to let y'all know and help my folks with dope words and flow by talking about the things that I see when talking about this color called ebony. Is my name, my flows with ease, cash checks, breaks necks, and wrecks MCs who ain't down with the sound of the panther movement. Intense is the serious answer. The mic goes into labor, you freeze up, enveloped by the style that sounds so rough. Rehearse so each verse is potent as cyanide. $1.5 million shot, keeping you high. But I don't sell, cause what you're selling is never sold. A deal by the real Mac brothers of old. Nah, I just devise a wise new formula to keep you in tune without selling my soul. In 1930, it all began with the movement comprised of intelligent black men led by Allah in the form of far right, but later by the last true prophet of God, Elijah Muhammad, a dominant black leader of the lost found Asiatic pack, and later by Malcolm, whose point was straight, stressing a black nationalistic state of self-sufficiency on a mission. He stressed thrift and pride and good sense, killed in cold blood, but the shit ain't done with. Switch to Oaktown, 66. See Huey Newton and Cleveland Seal, sons of Malcolm with intent to kill and end the brutality inflicted on us by cops. Best believe I won't stop teaching science in step with Farrakhan. Drop a dope bomb, word to Islam, keeps my brothers up on it cause I'm black. and now you know I'm brutal. Calling all brothers to order, P-Dog or slaughter, start rip and choke those who thought a young black man wasn't capable of the intellect of gaining respect without selling. So check, I'm Paris, 6 feet 2, deadly as ice, but twice as nice with the power to fight, boy. So listen, I'm telling y'all the warning, the final call, we're heading for Armageddon. It's like that. The government's policy, see, is tactical genocide. How many must die chasing a chemical high? How much killing and murder and mayhem more can we stand before we fold, black men? So take a stand. Listen up, drug dealer, what's up with that? Hope I don't bust a cap straight in your motherfucking ass for pushing poison to you. I'm through with talking, I'm stepping up with gat point blank at your motherfucking mug. I'm P-R-O-B-L-A-C-K, stomping and crushing the mush, any lush in my way. I'm educated and strong, always righting the wrong with many bullets up for Bensonhurst. Come on along, it's like that, y'all, and I won't quit. Keeping y'all fresh on the movement tip with FOI at my side. We're never slipping a nap. We always come sick with it, busting serious cats. It's no bullshit, Junior. Look, this is the danger zone. You shouldn't have stepped to it. You shouldn't have come along. You shouldn't have ever thought the movement was soft. Don't you know, P-Dog will never stop. I'm brutal.
So much shit to move. Oof. Yeah, let's see how it looks like in general. Pretty good.
This is a warning, another cut to move on. Another beat that's so strong, hold on and I get wicked and then some. Stir up shit as the wit gets wisdom. P-Dog coming up, I'm straight low. Pro-black and it ain't no joke. Coming straight from the mob that broke shit last time. Now I'm back with a brand new sick rhyme. So black check time and tempo. Revolution ain't never been simple. Following the path of mile for no just.
Also, fun fact about the music that the song that's playing right now. I think it went so hard that it got like banned. At least from the radio or like MTV, I think. But it got banned because it went too hard.
Coming up, I'm straight low. Pro-black and it ain't no joke. Coming straight from the mob that broke shit last time. Now I'm back with a brand new sick rhyme. So black check time and tempo. revolution ain't never been simple. Following a path a mile unknown, just build your brain and will soon make progress. Paid your dues, don't snooze or lose. They came with the master plan and got you. So know who's opposed to the dominant dark skin. Food for thought is a law for the brother man. But the devil made me. P-Dog with a gift from heaven. Tempo 116.7 keeps you locked in time with the program. When I get wild, I'll pile on dope jams, then spit on your flag and government. Cause help the black was a concept never meant. Nigga, please, food stamps and free cheese can't be the cure for a sick disease. Just the way the devil had planned it. Raped and pillage everyone on the planet and give them fake gods at odds with all law. Love thy enemy and all that hoopla. Here close the words I wrote. Crack cocaine is genocide of black folk. Who in their right mind ever could have missed this? Damn right when you think seditious and I move swiftly. You can't get with me. The 666 move quick but miss me. When I came off involved in conscious. So don't ask why next time I start this. The devil made me. Now let's get wild. Allow me to freestyle and build and fill your mind up with know-how and common sense of defense. The next time a pig try to step to this, listen, never let someone whoop on you. They don't belong to the set you from. You can't be intrigued by the leads a pig lead unless you don't give a fuck to be free. Keep stomping on them, keep stomping. Attitude, but I ain't from Compton. I can't be fucked around or muffed around. I can't be held down. Check the sound and keep in tune, on point, on target. The revolution won't be thwarted. A setback cause my man is plain to see. Must in a white supremacy, so let the rhythm roll on when I kick this. Brother's gonna work it out with a quickness. And now you know just why a panther went crazy. The devil made me.
Beware the beast man, for he is the devil's pawn. He kills for sport, or lust, or greed. Yea, he will murder his brother to possess his brother's land. Shun him, for he is the harbinger of death.
June 6th in the time of 6 o'clock. Hot summer night in the city of hard knocks. Two black brothers took a walk in the south side. Could have been any brother looking for a dope ride. Seeing a white girl wasn't in the plan, but the plan had plans of its own for a brother man. A bad case at the right place at the right time makes you just ask why. I guess you suppose you know what a nigga do to a female that was meant for you. Jealous cause your girlfriend screwing a black man, so you bust caps on an innocent bystand. But I guess we all look the same. A goddamn shame you don't know my name. Must have just been too black, so the payback fit the ID for someone like me. But you see, I don't think like you do. I come much sicker with the retribute. Rolling 25 deep, troop down in the parking lot, ready, moving steady when I bust your spot. You dumb motherfuckers just don't know me. You don't control me, so leave me lonely. Step and be prone to a cap to the dome. I don't quit when I start tearing up shit. This is a Scarface set, no snakes allowed. Keep the pace ready, set, brothers rolling out. Packing a Mac 10 strapped and capped him. Now who's to blame for the hate that hate made? much smoother. I keep the pace and add bass for you to be able to experience the strength of God on your tape with a break that I make to part. The weak need hippie MCs and wannabes from the dog, so they can't see me. I'm moving swifter with the gift to lift you. I don't step light, so don't talk shit. You suckers are all in to try suicide. I roll with the flow cause I'm qualified to keep the peace and teach y'all to get along. Build my rep and step to the song. From jazz to hip hop, the dog will never stop. You're busy to the melodies that I concoct. When the raps are spit, the grit stack like bricks, and you're pleased to receive peace hip hop fix. On the jazz tip. Smoother, smoother. And you don't stop. It's a mellow madness in the summertime. Females outside, enjoying the sunshine. Kicking it live with the knob on 10. Good food in the mood is the peace, my friend. Much brotherhood because it's understood that everyone in the sun is about the good lifestyle. And while some came to shine, don't matter cause the other brothers know the time. I'm the P, D-O-G, and I'm swift. Son of Shabazz, shooter of the gift. To keep y'all stepping to the beat in real time. Maz on the mix, complimenting the rhyme. With oh so smooth, cuss flowing like mercury. Keep your suckers knowing that you never be serving me. I don't sleep and I do not sing. I drop math in your path cause I have to bring you on a jazz tip. Yeah. So smooth in the summertime. DJ Mad Mike, y'all. Birth is given to the knowledge when I recite smooth words to keep y'all hype. Not down with the meaningless babble that some spit. I'm paid to degrade that ignorant shit with the so proud, so strong message of the nation can't be dropped or stopped, so don't come with the intent to present an argument. I don't tolerate it, so don't act dumb. I'ma roll over those who oppose the speech when I teach y'all to reach your goals. Be strong and carry on and play the song and listen to the lyrics and you never go wrong. Assalamu alaikum, brothers, I'ma take 'em straight through the path that I'm making and coexist in bliss, peace, and righteousness. So smooth on a jazzy tip like this. Yeah. And you don't stop. Peace. Rougher than a rusty razor, hill a major, mixing dope tricks and stick like Frazier. Cue the wheels are spinning, begins to blend. Scarface in the house again. Bambi DJs, I pray when he plays. Won't hit or skip, I might phase. Sucker still sucked at ducking uppercuts. Strike 3 MCs ablaze. Born to be back, the blows of feedback. A sissy striver still sounds so whack. Can't compare or come close to purity. Match the man, MCs agree. The bully, bruise, and misuse and turnstiles keeps the mix on beat for me. While I spit and cold bust the keynote. Man's on a roll with a sicker show now.
Sub posterity. We're almost done with the scene. There comes the warning for copyrighted music. Alright, hold up. I'll get something okay, back to something harder. Yeah, the music was really cool. The whole album is great. Especially since it came out in like 1990, I think. I can play like the soundtrack for like Revengeance. I think that's pretty similar. Rising Revengeance there. Sure, it's gonna get me like, you know, hyped up to finish this scene. Why not? Hello, Psy. Yeah, this scene is pretty much done. All that's left is to, you know, get this hand to like grab this grenade. And I don't even have to pick it up, like it's implied that he's gonna take the second one. So just put this away and it's done. I don't remember from what fight this song is, but I heard it quite a few times. Oh, that's why. Yeah, I could. When I first played it, I couldn't figure out how to defeat him. So yeah. He wasn't wrong. When I played a lot of like Revengeance, I think I beat it on the second hardest difficulty. I don't think I managed to do it on the like the hardest one where you die in like 2 hits. Every single soundtrack of this game is just iconic. This song just reminds me of Metallica. This is Sam's theme, right? Where you fight him, right? But I haven't played that in quite a while. Oh, damn. Oh, okay.
Looking down on the cars on the highway, the stream of taillights, everybody advancing together, do so willingly sacrifice rights. When people accept their cogs in the system, give up free will, conform, individual pieces that swirl together and become a force storm.
And this is such a Zaptron core music, like a song.
Looking down on the burgeoning city, the skyscrapers rise, even men with the greatest intentions stop believing their own lives. We can borrow from the future, but eventually someone's got to pay. The only way out of the cycle is to strike out and pave your own way. Our own fight. Will you fuel the desire when always struggling with the truth of the life that might have been? But no matter how jagged your path is, you'll always come back to the road when the dust of the battle settles. The war still rages within.
It would be cool to have like a fade out for the scene, so when he like picks up this, you know, grenade and it's like really slow, there would be like a fade between this and the next scene that happens. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Check it
I'm so happy. We might finally finish a scene in full. Give me a sec. Right, guys. Chat question. Do you like Antoni Dvorak? I'm not surprised you don't know who he is, General D, but like others maybe? Dvorak? Anyone ever heard of him? Yeah, I see that the rest is just gonna be repeats, but instrumental, so... Okay, I'm just gonna play him. Silly, uncultured people. Come on, Dvorak. It's like if I asked you who Tchaikovsky is, and you said, oh, who? You know? So this scene is gonna be very quick. Oh, jump scare. Okay, it doesn't have to actually be like this. You can just zoom it in with VIII. Damn, it's that big? Alright, I guess. There's also gonna be like a picture on the top of it, so I'm just gonna like place for that as always. Oh shit. That actually scared me. We haven't had a dono for so long that... you didn't write anything? Jared? Many thanks. Many thanks. We didn't get a dono in so long, I just... but I was like stream sniped. Wait. Let me just quickly check, because I didn't see a message attached to it. Let me log in. Streamlabs is like such dog shit. Hold up. Okay, am I like... Okay, I'm not showing you. What do you mean doesn't exist? Are you silly? I guess just log in with it. Yeah, if you donate, you can just, you know, write something. But yeah, many thanks. I think it was $4. Yeah, there was nothing. Anyway, thanks. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna pull a majority over here and use this as a placeholder for duct tape. Just gonna color it like gray. This. Give it a bit of this. Yeah, now it's totally productive. Yeah, and also this. You know, a part of it's like sticking out, like part of the tape. Привет, Dorvev. And me too, FX. Dvorak is such a goat. Gotta listen to more of him. And it's nice seeing some people who appreciate like classical music. Yesterday when I played some, people were saying like, "Oh, this reminds me of like Dark Souls." Banger incoming. Warning. We got it. Just in time for a break. I like the wire animation. It looks nice. Daskar, Daskar, the answer is Leroy. What do you want, Freak Bob? I was about to eat.
Freak Bob is asking you to play some Tekken.
Guys, look at this. I'm going to, like, wait. Oh shit, I think I did say it. Wait.
It's my profile just to do the joke.
There.
Of, you know, like Freak Bob Colin.
Yeah, this is what I see when I wanted to take a break.
What are you gonna...
I'm gonna go eat. I can beat your ass, like, maybe later.
Alright. Alright. See you later.
We're so back, guys. Okay, I just got sent this. Hold up. I'm gonna switch to some real music in a sec, but first I gotta see this. wait. Yeah. Gotta check out what this is about. This is a wiki page of Dusker. Dusky boy. Why is it written like this? Wait. Oh, there you go. Dusky boy, previously known as Dusker KS, is a Spanish man's combat animator, Blender animator. Really? And a Unity engine developer. Dusker, I didn't know you were a Blender animator. Is that true? I think he's offline. Can't respond. Participated in multiple collab projects: Jailbreak, Cringe Hunk, Redeemer. Yep. Moderator of the Exile. Were you ever a moderator? I honestly don't remember. I think I never really liked Exile, like as a server. Can't honestly remember. Yeah, anyway, back to this. Let me get some real music going and then... Or you know what? First I wanted to revisit one creepypasta I remember liking when I was a kid. I just found it and I remember it being pretty cool. So let's get freaky.
Some people might recall some momentary buzz caused a couple of years ago by a particularly odd Morrowind mod. The file name was jvk116z.esp. It was never posted on any of the larger Elder Scroll communities, usually just smaller boards and role-playing groups. I know in a few cases, rather than being posted, it was sent via PM or email to a chosen few. It was only up for a few days, to the best of my knowledge anyway, and it caused a buzz because it was a virus, or it seemed to be a virus. If you tried to load the game with the mod active, it would hang at the initial load screen for about an hour, and then crash to the desktop. If you let it get that far, your install of Morrowind along with any save files that you had would become completely corrupted. Nobody could figure out what the mod was trying to do, since it couldn't be opened in the construction set.
Dusker, I just remembered this one creepypasta I really wanted to revisit. I remember it being pretty good. Like, you know, unironically, kinda interesting. Also, yeah, we went over your wiki entry. Are you a Blender animator, Dusker? I didn't know that.
Eventually, warnings were distributed not to use it if you found it, and then things died from there. About a year later, in a mod board that I used to frequent, someone popped up with the mod again. He said that he was PM'd by a lurker who deleted his account immediately after sending. He also said that the person advised him to try playing the mod through DOSBox. For some reason, this worked. Sort of. The game was a bit laggy, you couldn't get into the options, load game, the console, or really anything else other than the game itself. The quick save, the quick load, hot buttons worked, but that was it. And the quick save file seemed to be just part of the game file, so you couldn't get at it anymore. Some speculated that the changed game used an older graphics renderer, making DOSBox necessary, but it didn't look any different.
Okay, time to
This
get that
part I
wire.
can speak about from personal experience. When you started a new game in JVK, as the board came to call it, once you left the starting bit in the census office and came into the proper game, the first thing that you noticed is that the prophecy has been severed. Oh, that box pops up. This is because every single NPC having to do with your main quest is dead, with the sole exception of Yagrum Bagarn, the last of the Dwemer. Their corpses never despawn, so you can go check on them all. In effect, you begin in a world that's doomed to start with. The second thing you notice is that you'll be losing health. It's only a bit, but it keeps happening, a little bit at a time, and the longer you stay in one place, the quicker it seems to occur. If you let this health loss kill you, you'll find the cause, a figure we came to call the Assassin, because he seems to wear a retextured version of the Dark Brotherhood armor from Tribunal, even though the expansions don't work in JVK. It's all black, completely untextured, like he's just a hole in space. The way he moves gave me quite a start the first time that I saw him, scuttling around my dead body. He crawls inhumanly on his hands and feet, his arms and legs splayed out like a spider. You'd usually only see him after death, crawling around over your body just before the reload box popped up. Occasionally, you could catch a glimpse of him darting around a corner or crawling on a wall or ceiling. It made the game pretty difficult to play at night. But other than that, the only noticeable difference is that at night, at random intervals, every NPC in the game will go outside for a few minutes. And during this time, the only thing that they will say when hailed is "watch the sky." After this brief moment, they return to their normal behavior, though. After a while, a player on the board discovered a new NPC named Tierras, a male Dunmar in the Temple of Ghostgate. Two things are notable about this NPC. First is his robe, a unique article of clothing that was lovingly rendered with twinkling stars all across it, looking like a torn-off chunk of the night sky. The second is that all of his dialogue, in addition to showing up in the dialogue box, is voiced. You can skip it if you wish, but it all sounds like it's in the default male Dunmar voice. Some people say that they thought the voice was slightly different, but it was a very, very good imitation. I won't go into details, but the quest line that he sends you on has to do with a dungeon referred to simply as the Citadel. Up until this point, the quests were all of a fairly generic discover the secret of the ancients bent. The entrance to this dungeon is on a small island far to the west of Morrowind proper. I eventually discovered that if you use a scroll of Icarian flight at the westmost point on the main landmass and jump directly west, you'd end up almost exactly at the island. Even though the dungeon is called the Citadel, it goes straight down. It dwarfs any other dungeon, both in size and difficulty. From a natural cave area, you'll proceed down into an ancestral tomb, then a Daedric ruin area, and then a Dwemer ruin area. I made it down to the Dwemer ruins before I quit. The creatures were strong enough that a level 20 character would have to take care, and since you can't use the console in JVK, level 20 took a while to get to. Since quick save and quick load are your only options, it's all too easy to get yourself into an impossible situation too. I did, and I just didn't have the energy to start over. Now what I'm telling you is based on what those few who went further reported. Past the Dwemer ruins, you find yourself in a level like the Dwemer ruins, but darker. Rather than the usual bronze, all the surfaces, including those of the creatures, are black. The sounds of machinery are loud here, and grow louder still randomly. There are also steam or fog everywhere, limiting your vision to about 10 in-game feet or so. If you can make it through all this, you'll reach a hall that those who found it call the portrait room. Like the fire and torches or other effect from early 3D games, this room has picture frames that always face directly at you. No matter how you look at them, the images in the frames were always randomly chosen images from your My Pictures folder. On the board, the one who got there had some fun posting
Oh, wait, I
screenshots
have
of
to
the
animate
portrait
this.
room with
Hold
various
up.
pictures in the frames, usually porn, of course. And at the end of the hall was a locked door. After admitting defeat returning to Tierras, everyone just found him saying, "Watch the sky," in his gravelly voice. What's more, nobody else in the game would say anything. There was usually a completely blank dialogue box with no options at all. They wouldn't even rattle off the usual canned, audible greetings. The only exception was at night. Whenever they'd go out for a few minutes, they'd still repeat it. Watch the sky. At this point, one of the players, a friend of mine from the board, noticed, and the few others who got this far agreed, that the night sky was no longer the usual night sky of Tamriel. It had changed to a depiction of the real night sky. And it moved. From this point on, everything is based on what this one person reported. Eventually, he got himself kicked from the board, but I kept in contact with him for as long as he responded. And according to him, based on the constellations and planets, if you died, loaded, or went back to the Citadel, it would start over. When the usual day sky graphic took over, the movement would be suspended until the stars appeared again. In the space of a single night, everything would move about 2 months' worth. And since the timescale of JVK was more or less that of a standard game, that meant that a bit less than an hour was equal to a 24-hour period. He became convinced that the door would open based on some kind of celestial event. Of course, waiting for that meant leaving the game running. Of course, that meant that the game couldn't be left unattended thanks to our old friend, the assassin. My friend decided he'd hang out for a whole day, just to see if anything happened. That would be about a year's worth of movement. Here's the post he made at the end of the experiment. I loaded in Sedanine, where it all starts. It wasn't too bad, just had to check in now and then to move around and heal to make sure that I wasn't dying. But check this out. 24 hours exactly in, and the assassin learned a new trick. He screams. I was reading and all of a sudden this crazy loud shriek just about made me crap myself. It's like something out of a horror movie. I looked up, and there he was, just crouched down right in front of me. Of course, the second I moved my character, he ran off. When I went back down to the portrait room, the door was still locked. Damn it, damn it, damn it. A bit later, he came into the decision that he needed to wait 3 days. 3 years. The PM advising us to try DOSBox showed up on February of 2008. After the first shriek, the assassin stops hitting you out of nowhere. Now he'll shriek, and if you don't move for a few seconds, after that, he hits you. I think whoever made the mod was trying to help. At night, I've got my headphones on and I was just kind of dozing off when he wakes me up with a shriek. I jiggle the mouse and I'm good. That post was 2 days in, from his laptop. Once it was over. Fuck! So fucking done. So I wait the 3 days, right? And right after the fucking assassin made me jiggle the mouse, he shrieks again. So I look and everyone in town is outside. They're all saying, watch the sky. I don't see anything though. But the game starts to get really dark, like really dark. I turn up the brightness all the way on the monitor and I can barely see. I can see other people in the game, like little figures running around in the distance and just running back and forth. If I try to get close, they run off. Now, I'm trying to sleep, so the lights are off. And this is kind of creepy. I don't want to get up and turn my light on because I don't want to miss anything, but nothing fucking happens. Eventually I go back to the Citadel. It's still dark. And I gotta swim, and the whole time I can see all these little guys swimming all around me, just barely there. I make it to the Citadel, and it's normal light inside, so I get worried. And sure enough, the portrait door is still fucking closed. I go outside, and it's all starting over. So that's it. I'm fucking going to bed. I'm fucking done. The end. After that, two things happened. First, another of the people who got to the portrait room claimed that the assassin was showing up in his regular Morrowind game. Quick explanation: if you reinstalled Morrowind to a different folder, you could have a normal Morrowind install along with a JVK. He himself chalked it up to an overactive imagination at first, but he reported a couple of really big scares with a black figure crawling right at him.
This one is kinda goated, I gotta admit.
Before scuttling off.
I think the ending is kinda shitty, but all of it beforehand is pretty cool. As far as I remember, last time I heard it was like, Christ, I want to say 7 years ago?
Another of those who reached the portrait room started a regular Morrowind game, but never saw him for sure. It was just a couple of maybes, late at night, and always at a distance. The second is that my friend started getting really abusive and short-tempered on the board. Though he stopped talking about the JVK entirely. It got so bad that he was soon kicked off, and I didn't hear anything from him for a couple of weeks after that, so I sent him an email. This was part of his reply. I know I shouldn't, but with classes out, I've got some time, so I started JVK up again. It's almost 2011, and I think I've got the sleep madness, but stuff is happening. It's still dark. Once it gets dark, it never gets lighter. It stays like that. The people moved a few months ago. Everyone in Saint Denis just went to that little bandit cave and moved in. They killed the bandits inside, and now they're just standing around inside. They don't say anything anymore. They don't do anything when you click on them. I quick saved and killed one, and he just stood there until he died without fighting back. And it's like that everywhere. You have to walk since the quick travel people are all in caves now too. But all the cities or towns are just deserted. All the people are in the caves and tombs. Everyone in VIII is down in the sewers. I'm going to Ghostgate next. I want to see if Tyrus is still there. I'll let you know what he says when I get there. I replied and I said that I wanted to see what he had to say too, and waited a day. When I didn't get a reply, I mailed him again. And a couple of hours later, he sent back, "Sorry, I totally forgot, so it's 2014 now. Since it's always night, the stars are always moving. The whole screen is dark, but you can still see the brightness of the stars moving around. Tyrus was gone. Everyone in Ghostgate was gone. I don't know where they went. They're not in any nearby caves. But there's new stuff. People still don't say anything, but their eyes are bleeding. It's so dark that even with a light spell, you have to get right up against them to see. But there they are, little dark streaks coming down their eyes. I think I gotta be getting close. I know this is stupid and there's no way the payoff is going to be worth it, but I want to be able to stick it out. I got that one during the day. And later that night, I got a follow-up email. Some of the planets aren't moving right. It's pissing me off. If this keeps up, I won't be able to keep track anymore. It's almost 2015 now. I think? Fuck! You know, I just now notice that there aren't any monsters anymore either. I'm completely alone outside now. The main quest people's bodies are still lying around though. I want to check on them. I don't need headphones anymore. I just leave them off. When he shrieks, it's like he's screaming right into my ear. I think I even kind of anticipate it. He's around a lot more now. A lot closer. He's different from the other people who started showing up, remember? They keep running around, just where I can barely see them. I have to admit, it's kind of creepy at night. Sometimes when I go to the bathroom or whatever, I swear I can see something moving out of the corner of my eye. I'm keeping all the lights on now. I sent him a letter, jokingly tell him to get some real sleep, and left it at that. 2 mornings later, I found this in my email. It was the last thing that I got from him. After this, he stopped responding completely. I just got up from a fucked up dream. I think the assassin shrieked at me, and when I opened my eyes, he was right there, crouching over me. His arms and legs were longer, more like a spider's. I tried to push him away, but when I touched him, my hand just went inside, and I couldn't get them loose again, like he was made of tar or something, and when I woke up, I thought that he was gone. When I looked at the monitor, I wasn't where I was. I was in the corpusarium with the Aggrum. For once, the light was okay, and I could see him, all bloated on those mechanical spider legs. I sat down at the computer, and he started talking to me, not in a box, but really talking to me, in Tyara's voice. He knew things about me. He told me things that I never told anyone, some things I totally forgot about. He told me that almost nobody had made it this far, and that the door would open up soon. I just had to hang on a little while longer. He said I'd know when it was time. He said I might be the first one to see what was inside. And then I woke up for real. But I was at the computer. I still wasn't where I was. I'm swimming out of the Citadel Island, and I can hear the tapping. It's at my window. It's over on the left, so I'm sending you this because I left my laptop by my bed to the right. Just a little tap, 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 tap. Like he's knocking his finger against the glass. I might still be dreaming now. So I guess that's the end of the story. I know there's a few other stories floating around about the mod, but this is the only one that I know is true, as far as it goes. I deleted my JVK copy of the game pretty much right after I gave up, but I'd like to get the mod again. If anyone still has a copy of the file. I'd like to see this for myself.
Yeah, see? Some creepypastas can be cool. And you guys didn't believe me. Alright, the wire should be about this long. That's why I don't listen to music all that much when animating anymore. Like I used to, but now I just listen to like other stuff. You know? Okay, so the plan is he's gonna like look at the door from around this perspective, you know, kick a stool over here, like right up to the door and walk over to it. Just like a, I don't know, a 5-second scene. I don't feel like doing it, but you know, I have to. Okay guys, one more story or should I like bring back music? Because I wouldn't mind listening to more Some of those can be pretty fun. Okay, one more of this. I won't make it too long though. I remember seeing one that had a cool title. Where is it? Okay, this one's pretty long, but I want to like at least let's give it like 15 minutes. It's not good by then we're going back to music. Okay, if it's like boring, then we're going back to music.
My name's Xander, and my best friend is trying to ruin my life. Started out very small, but he's quickly grown out of control. I'm currently sitting inside a church, using their Wi-Fi to post a story and taking advantage of their air conditioning. I'm posting this story in case he finds me and kills me soon. It's only a matter of time now, and I want someone to know what happened before I die. 2 years ago, my friend David and I were sitting on the couch at my house, thoroughly bored. It wasn't a temporary boredom either, it was a resounding boredom with life. We both worked full-time at the local movie theater, making minimum wage and cleaning up after idiots who couldn't keep popcorn and soda in their mouths. We had graduated high school 2 years prior and had no plans to attend college. Life looked bleak for us. College didn't sound appealing, work was annoying, and the little free time we had was blown on video games and YouTube. We both still lived with our parents too, which made dating somewhat embarrassing. Looking back, I'm sure we were suffering from mild depression on top of everything else. These life circumstances blended together to create the perfect storm of what I now have to call my reality. As we sat on the couch at my parents' house, channel surfing the TV, David asked if I was bored with life. I responded in a positive, and he sighed. High school was so easy because we knew our purpose and our goals were set for us. Outline the English essay, finish the math homework, get decent grades, pass the driving exam, be home by curfew, find a girlfriend. Now that we're out of high school, there's no structure. Our lives have become meaningless and we're just floating through space with no aim or purpose. Would you go back to high school then? I asked. He shook his head. In that moment, high school was annoying. Only after looking back that I see how much better it was than I realized. What's the solution then? I asked. Either go somewhere that has structure and can deliver what high school gave us, or create our own structure, David replied. Well, I don't want to go to college, or the military, I said, and I can't think of anything else that provides the same structure. Because I have to make my own. I have no idea where to start. Well, that's the thing about high school, was that it required a minimum effort. If you didn't give that minimum effort, you won't face the consequences. The consequences were bad enough that you and I would put effort into school. When high school ended, the minimum effort level decreased. Now our minimum effort is not enough to improve ourselves. Whatever structure we built has to have those consequences built in, and a minimum effort that forces us to improve constantly. David was, and is, a very intelligent person. He thinks about everything. You can't already tell. I was pretty dumb compared to him, but I stuck around because he always had interesting things to say. This conversation definitely counted as interesting. I won't bore you with the entire conversation that we had, but it lasted an hour where we discussed how to build structure in our lives. I want to emphasize here that boredom is dangerous. It's not dangerous by itself, but it can quickly lead to dangerous things. Boredom can lead to pain, accidental children, technology that disrupts a monopoly, even death. Our boredom led to a dare. I dare you to try to ruin my life, David said. What does that mean? I said, it's a way to build structure into my life. If I know that you're always trying to ruin my life and actively trying to make me fail, then I'm driven to fight back and act on initiative. But how could I ruin your life? I asked. You can ruin anyone's life if you give enough thought, planning, and action, David said with a smirk. I'm not going to give you any ideas, I just want you to try to ruin my life. I remember sitting back and thinking about what he meant. The first thoughts that came to my mind were about tripping him occasionally or hiding his toothbrush every time I went to his house. My young mind didn't fully understand how serious David was being. His mind was running 3 tracks above mine. So I didn't know what I was getting into when I said, okay, I'll try to ruin your life. But I dare you to try and ruin my life as well. He smiled with a newfound enthusiasm, and I smiled back. I had hoped it would be a great way to relieve my boredom with life. David stood up and punched me in the leg as hard as he could. I shouted at him, mostly out of surprise. He laughed. The dare starts now, he said, grabbing his shoes. We're no longer friends. We're nemesis. He opened my front door and looked over his shoulder. Good luck, he said. I hope you'll work half as hard as I will. Once he left, I just sat there rubbing my sore thigh. Okay, I thought. If he wants a war, he'll get a war. That night, I had laid awake trying to think of ways to make his life harder for him. My ideas were also childish and useless compared to what he would later throw at me. I'm too embarrassed to list my ideas from back then. I wish I could say I remembered the day David turned against me for real, but it was so subtle that I didn't notice right away. To my face, David acted completely normal. While we were at work, I would sprinkle popcorn over a section that he had just cleaned, and point it out to him. He would just laugh and say, "Is that really supposed to ruin my life?" Then he would clean it up. I expected him to do the same to me, but he didn't. His lack of visible retaliation made me bored again, so I stopped. Looking back, I suspect that behind my back he was sabotaging my image with our other coworkers and our boss. Out of the blue, my boss called me into his office and told me that I was fired because I wasn't doing a good enough job. David acted sorry I was leaving, and we promised to hang out again soon. I left, thinking I could make this something good and get a real job. That dream died. And I ended up at McDonald's instead. After I'd been at McDonald's for a month or so, my parents confronted me. They asked me if I had been stealing cash from their wallets. I had never stolen a cent from them, and told them so. They backed off, but only for a week until my mom's debit card went missing. They confronted me again, this time very angry. They accused me of withdrawing several $100s using my mom's debit card. I have no siblings, so it wouldn't have been anyone else in the house. It turned into a screaming match, and they demanded that I move out as quickly as possible. With my small cache of savings, I found an apartment near the local community college that housed college students. The rent was affordable enough for me, so I moved out within the month. I moved in and became instant friends with 2 of my roommates, Clark and Ivan. Our other roommate, Isaac, kept to himself and stayed in his room playing video games 24/7. Life got good again because I hung out with Clark and Ivan frequently. David and I had stopped hanging out after I was fired from the movie theater. I hadn't forgot about him, but I had forgotten about the dare. Every once in a while, I would message him on Facebook or shoot him a text to ask if he wanted to hang out, but my messages were always ignored. Eventually, I gave up. Within 6 months, I had a great life going. I was dating a girl named Katie. I had been promoted to crew trainer at McDonald's, which paid better, and my bank account was slowly growing. I only recognized this as David's doing when I look back, but an obscene amount of junk mail showed up with my name on it every single day. Magazines, credit card offers, vacation ads, and even physical letters from real people who claimed to be excited to be my new pen pal. I sorted through them every day trying to find some pattern. Clark and Ivan thought it was hilarious. When I came home late from work, they would sometimes toss the junk mail in the air like confetti as I walked through the door, cheering that the mail king was home. One day I remembered feeling sick of getting all this junk mail. and decided to sit down, call every subscription to cancel. I recruited Clark and Ivan to help me, and we sat down with snacks one afternoon and started to crank through phone calls. In a few days, the tide of junk mail subsided, and we celebrated our efforts. That only lasted a week. The next week, it started coming back in full force. There was twice as much as before, and even some pornographic magazines in the mix. Not only did my physical junk mail increase, but my email became unnavigatable through all the new spam messages. Google moved a lot of it to the spam filter, but there was still hundreds of emails that made it through. My email had been subscribed to websites I'd never even heard of. Clark and Ivan were blown away by the new tide of junk mail. The event was dubbed Return of the Junk, and became a great icebreaker for Clark and Ivan to introduce me to other people at parties. One day, I was browsing Facebook's People You May Know section when I came across someone's profile that had my picture, but a different name. The account was open for anyone to view and had lots of porn posts, status updates full of swearing and praises to Hitler. I frowned when I clicked on their pictures. Most of the pictures were the same ones from my Facebook account, but there were some pictures of me that weren't on my account or anywhere else online. Keep in mind, I didn't remember my Dare to David, so I was feeling pretty creeped out. I hit the report button and let Facebook know the account was a fake and went on my way. I think 3 months or so later was when more stuff started to happen. Katie and I were getting very serious and discussing moving in together. The junk mail still rolled in and I was starting to just throw it away. Ivan had moved out to go to an actual university, so a new roommate, Jackson, had moved in. Clark and I attempted to befriend Jackson, but he's similar to Isaac and locked himself in his room most of the time. A new game became available for pre-order, so I submitted my email to reserve a copy. When I tried to log into my email to make sure the reserved copy was there, I couldn't log in. I hit forgot password and it asked if I wanted to use my phone number to reset the password. I pressed yes and waited for my phone to light up. It never did. I pressed the button 3 more times, but no text ever came. I tried old passwords I used to use, but none of them worked. I frowned, but eventually just walked away from my computer. I'd try again a different day. I sat down on the couch and pulled up Facebook on my phone. A pop-up appeared. "You've been signed out," it said. Then it jumped to the login screen. I thought I hit the logout button on accident, so I just typed my email and password. It didn't work. I tried again, but it still told me the password was incorrect. My phone buzzed in my hand. Katie was calling me. I answered it and immediately became concerned. She was sobbing. "Katie?" I asked. "You coward," she spat. You don't get to just Facebook me that shit. No, you have to talk to me and tell me with your voice." "Katie, what are you talking about?" I asked. "Don't play stupid, asshole. Say it." "Say what?" "You Facebook me and say that we're through, but when I call, you deny everything? What the hell are you trying to pull, Xander?" Katie hissed. "Katie, my Facebook got hacked. I was literally just trying to log in when you called. Are you at home? I'm coming over. We're not done. We're far from done, sweetheart." It took me some time to convince Katie that it hadn't been me, but she relented when I showed her that I couldn't log in. I googled how to get my Facebook account back and contacted their help center. Thankfully, they were able to get me back into my account.
God, I have no clue how to do this perspective thing. I mean, I do, but blah.
Porn sites have been posted all over my page by whoever jacked my account, so I spent time deleting all of those.
Okay, let's just redo it.
I spent time answering family members who asked me about the strange content that had been posted. Awkward. Katie also found out through my feeds that my Twitter and Instagram had also been hacked. The accounts were posting hundreds of crude messages and pictures, and those 2 sites took a little more effort, but eventually I regained control over those too. Fixing my email took a couple of days, and I got access again. Not wanting to repeat the experience, I made my passwords into really long strings of numbers, letters, and symbols. Each account had different passwords. For anyone who had done this, you know how impossible it would be to memorize your passwords. I wrote them down on a sheet of paper and put it in my dresser drawer. I didn't intend to get hacked again. I'm telling you where I put the paper, so you'll know how freaked out I was when Facebook signed me out again the next week. I checked my other accounts, locked out again. I shot Katie a text to warn her, then called Facebook Help Center again. They gave me access to Facebook and gave me the same warning about making a long password. When I told them the type of precautions that I had taken last time, they suggested checking my computer for viruses in case there was a keylogger connecting all the information I typed. I called the computer repair center to ask what I needed to do to get my computer scanned. They asked me to bring it down and they'd check it out. I had a desktop, so bringing it down required a lot of unplugging. When I got down behind the computer to unplug everything, I found a tiny USB stick that I'd never seen before. I frowned and tried to locate its content on the computer. The computer said no USB was attached. The computer repair guy confirmed the USB drive was a keylogger. He asked if my computer had ever been anywhere that anyone could walk up and use it. I told him no, and he said he had no idea how it could have gotten there. He didn't charge me anything, just warned me to keep an eye on my computer. I changed all my passwords again, going through the motions to get my accounts back. A few days later, I received three credit card bills in the mail. I still have the habit of skimming through the junk mail in case there ever was anything super important. I'm glad I did because I might never have found out about the credit cards that were registered in my name. I called the credit card companies to inform them that they were mistaken. I had never signed up for a credit card. My parents had warned me about them, so often I'd been deterred from ever getting one. Before you comment and tell me I need them to build my credit, yes, I know that now. A quick Google search told me what to do next. I called Equifax, which is a company that calculates your credit score and tells creditors that it's okay for you to open an account. I placed a 90-day fraud alert on my account. They said they would call me if anyone tried to open a credit account in my name. The dude at Equifax was kind enough to tell me what I needed to do next. He asked me to go online and view my credit report. If I saw my accounts I didn't recognize, I would write them down and fill out a complaint to the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, explaining the situation. Once I had that submitted, I was to file a copy of it with the police and create a police report. Then, I had to take those 2 reports and call each of the credit companies that had issued credit to my identity and start the dispute process. I instantly felt very discouraged at the amount of effort that it would require. I felt utterly insane to be required to follow all these steps just because I was the victim of identity theft. God damn. Clark was horrified at what had happened. I looked at his credit score. He was relieved when it came back clean. I made Katie check hers just in case, too. Also clean. Actually, I'll take a moment to tell everyone listening that you are entitled, by law, to 1 free credit report per year from each of the 3 credit score companies. That means you can and should check your credit 3 times a year. Clark and I set reminders on our phones to check the score again in 4 months. I asked Katie to do the same. When I first found out about the accounts, I had called my parents to ask if they had opened any accounts in my name. If they had, I'd know who the culprit was. They told me they hadn't opened any accounts, and I warned them about my problems. They promised to check their credit scores. 2 weeks after I had called them, my dad called. They found 15 fraudulent accounts between the 2 of them. What the hell? I told him the steps he needed to take, and he was grateful for my help and warning. Look, I know this is boring to hear, but I want you to realize how insanely painful it is to fix all this shit. I mean, seriously, watch your credit reports and nip identity theft in the bud before it happens to you.
Oh my god, fuck this scene. I'm not doing it.
They had issued the fraudulent accounts.
I'm gonna think of a better way to do this.
Online purchases. The accounts had been opened almost a year ago.
Okay, I thought of a better way.
The thief had spent $62,000 between all the fraudulent accounts. I was pretty upset. In a full year, I had only just found any credit card bills in the mail. I must have been tossing them with the mountains of junk mail. Now I know that the masses of junk mail were deliberate and calculated, so the bills would blend in and hopefully get thrown away. The first few transactions were from stores like Target, Walmart, etc. But further down I went, the less I recognized. One word stuck out to me. Bitcoin. I had learned a little bit about it from my Facebook feed, as I had some friends from high school who touted it as new real currency. According to the credit card statement, several $1,000s had been exchanged into Bitcoin. I started really researching Bitcoin and trying to figure out what it was and why an identity thief would want it. To make the explanation short, Bitcoin allowed my thief to make completely anonymous purchases online. It was as if he'd gone to an ATM, drained all the credit cards into cash. I didn't foresee the credit card companies ever getting their money back. David now had a hell of a lot of cash that he could use to ruin my life. I didn't know it was him at the time, obviously, but now I do. Guys, identity theft is a serious crime and very damaging to someone in the economy. And while the theft had been bad, my life was about to get a whole lot worse. That's all I have time to say for now. I have to go and get some serious shit taken care of. I'll be back again as soon as I can. My name is Xander, and my best friend is trying to ruin my life.
Okay, honestly, I like this one. I'd keep it on. It's pretty interesting. I like the premise of it, and so far it seems to be working. Let's continue.
While I was still trying to resolve the credit disputes with the other companies, my car's windows started getting smashed. The first time, it was parked on the street in front of my apartment. I woke up one morning to find the driver's window smashed and my car raided. My car was just a crappy Honda Civic, and I didn't even keep anything expensive in there, but they snatched my stereo, which was shitty anyway, and all the spare change in the car. I got my window repaired that day and decided to set aside some cash to buy a really nice stereo, now that I had an excuse. The next morning, the same window was smashed again. Again, I had parked it in front of my apartment. I got that repaired reluctantly and started parking in the underground parking for the apartment complex. See, no one likes the underground parking because the lines are painted too close, so it's not uncommon for your car to get scratched up down there. I decided it was better than a smashed window, so I fought for a spot that evening. I know you're going to ask why I didn't call the police. Mistakes, that's why. We all make them. You have the wisdom that comes with knowing the whole story. Well, I didn't. Glass was all over and around my car when I went down the next morning. It wasn't just the driver's window that was damaged. The front windshield, the back windshield were deeply cracked. I spent some time looking at every car in the garage. No one else had so much as a scratch on their windows. What the hell? If some random asshole was out breaking windows, he was targeting me. I'd noticed the note after I'd gotten into the car. It was a sticky note folded up and slipped into the ignition keyhole. I opened it. You have to increase your minimum required effort, it said. The phrasing was intentional. David wanted me to know it was him. And when I saw the phrase, I remembered our conversation. That fucker. I went into a total rage and drove out of the parking lot, trying my best to drive with a cracked windshield. I still remembered how to get to David's house, and I ran a red light or two to get there. Parking in front of his house, I slammed the door shut, marched over to the front door, and I held the doorbell for much longer than necessary. I tried to breathe and remain calm. David won't help me if I show up shouting and yelling. His mom answered after a few minutes. David's parents had held off on having a child until they were much older. As a result, David's mom was already 75, even though David was only 23. Hello, she said, opening the door. Then she saw who it was. Oh, Sander, how nice for you to come over. I haven't seen you in weeks. Yeah, it's been... What? It's almost been a year. Miss K, is David home? No, dear, he's at work right now. Oh. Okay, I'll go and I'll catch him at the theater, I said, backpedaling towards my car. No, he doesn't work there anymore. He got fired? I asked. No, he quit. Not long after you did, he became a security guard somewhere. He never mentioned where. I'll call him then, I said. He dropped his phone a few weeks ago and got a new one, she said. Let me give you the new number. She walked back inside for a minute, and I waited on the porch. She came back with her old flip phone and opened it. Do you mind? She asked. My arthritis makes it hard to use this phone. I went to her contacts, found David's number, entered it into mine, and handed her the phone back. Thanks, Mrs. K, I said. Even if David was being an asshole, I always liked his mom. Any time, she said with a smile, and closed the door. I called David immediately, but only got a voicemail. Hi, David, it's Xander. I just spoke with your mom, and she didn't know where you were, so she gave me your number. Please call me, man. I think you know why, I said to his voicemail. I figured that being polite was the best way to get him to fix everything. In the middle of work that day, my phone buzzed. Hoping it was David, I stepped outside and answered it. It was Clark.
Have you been home today since you left?
No, why?
We've been robbed.
What?
Someone broke in and stole a ton of stuff. Your computer's missing, our TV is gone, all kinds of shit.
Holy shit. I said, did you call the police?
Yeah, they're on their way.
Don't touch anything, okay? I suggested, remembering all the episodes of CSI that I'd binged on. We might be able to get fingerprints. I think I know who it is.
Who?
An ex-friend. I'll tell you when I get home. I'm leaving soon. I told the manager that my apartment had been broken into, and he let me go. I drove with my still broken windshield, praying I didn't get pulled over for it. When I got to the apartment, the police were already there. I walked to the landing where a cop was interviewing Clark, and another was looking through the apartment. The cop turned to face me. "You one of the roommates?" he asked. "This is Xander," Clark said. "My partner's looking through the apartment now. A tech is going to come out and dust for prints. We're going to need you to make an inventory of everything that's been stolen and bring it to the station once the tech is done." "Oh, well, I have a suspect," I said. Cop raised his eyebrows. "His name is David King. He used to be a really good friend of mine, but recently I've suspected that he's been doing all kinds of shit to me. I think he's stolen my identity and my parents' identity, damaged my vehicle, and now broken into my house." Clark shot me a questioning look. "Why do you think he's doing all this?" the officer asked. "I found this in my car's ignition this morning, with the window smashed," I said, handing him the folded sticky note out of my pocket. "Why do you think he wrote this?" "You know, we had a conversation about a year ago when we were talking about this minimum requirements for success and how school made our lives easier because it had consequences if we didn't make a minimum effort," I explained. It looked like the idea went right over the cop's head.
The name is scrolling over here.
"Well, we'll test this for prints too," he said, pulling an evidence bag from his belt and putting the note inside. "Come down to the station with your inventory and be ready to make a formal statement about your friend." I agreed to do so. At that moment, the partner came outside with nothing to report. The tech arrived and started dusting. We waited patiently, eager to see what was missing. "You should really lock your bedroom doors," the partner said. "Two of your roommates' doors are locked, so I doubt anything was stolen from them. You should make sure they check their rooms for anything that's missing when they get home." We agreed to ask them. The tech finished up and told us that we'd know in a few days what prints he was able to find. The house seemed bare. Only the largest couch out of the three was left in the living room. The TV, which had been a 65-inch plasma, was gone. Food was missing from the pantry, and even the contents of the fridge was dumped on the floor. Silverware was scattered around the kitchen floor and counters. "Where the hell is Isaac and Jackson?" Clark yelled angrily. "They're always home." "Call them." "I don't have their numbers," Clark replied. "Well, neither do I said, walking to my bedroom. It was stripped bare of anything worthwhile. My computer, mouse, keyboard, computer chair, boxes of random knickknacks, and bicycle were all missing. My dresser drawers were laying everywhere, my closet was clearly raided, and my bed covers had been tossed around the room. I heard bouts of loud cursing from Clark as he inspected his room. "He took my goddamn Xbox, that son of a bitch!" Feeling shocked, defeated, and numb, I sat on the bed. I called Katie to tell her what had happened. No answer. I shot her a text. My house got robbed. And stared at the wall for a while, thinking. David King had been in my house. He'd stolen my identity, my public image, and now my things. It was time to step up my game. No, not my game. My life. Time to stop floating through life and start beating the minimum required effort. During the rest of that day, we learned a lot about plumbing. David had loosened every pipe that he could find in the house. Mark made the discovery when our toilet unleashed a tsunami when he flushed. We spent hours cleaning that up. To fix all the pipes, we had to go out and buy tools because neither of us had any at the house. When my card was declined, Clark stepped in and paid. My declined card worried me. Clark and I went to the library, and I tried to log in my other banking site, locked out. I didn't even bother retrying my password. We raced to the bank before they closed, and I breathlessly approached the teller. "I need to freeze my account," I breathed. "What's your account number?" the teller, apparently named Chantel, asked. I told her my account number from memory. She opened it up on her computer. "Driver's license, please." I handed her my card. She typed in my driver's license into her computer and verified my identity. They handed it back to me. "Looks like your account is at 0, she said. "You can only freeze the account if there's money." "I've been robbed," I shouted, feeling extremely angry now. "You moved all of your money to your debit card via our online app, then withdrew it all in cash from an ATM this afternoon." No, that wasn't me," I said. "I've been hacked." If you'd like to report a fraudulent transaction, I can fill that out for you right here. Yes, fine, do it, I said abruptly. Clark watched me with worry from a chair by the door. When did you start to notice the fraudulent activity? She asked. Today, but it could have started any time over the last year, I replied. She raised her eyebrows in a way she thought that I couldn't see, and started typing. After a few minutes, she looked up at me. Okay, I've filled out the report and submitted it. You should hear back from our fraud department soon. What about the ATM cameras? I asked. I don't have access to those. You'll have to file a police report, she said. Okay, I'll do that. Then Clark and I went to the car and drove to the apartment. We would have gone to the police department right away, but the apartment was still flooding in places. We spent a few hours finding leaky pipes and tightening them. It took hours because we looked everything up before we did it to be sure that we were doing it right. Clark inspected the pipes under the kitchen sink while I sat at the table and started my inventory for the police. It was already 9 p.m., so we were going to take it in the morning. Our local station wasn't open 24 hours a day. We had knocked on Jackson and Isaac's doors but got no answer. Either they weren't home, or they were ignoring us. Well, I'm really sorry about this fraud going on, Clark said as he tightened the pipe. You said you think you know who it is? Who's David King? David used to be a friend about a year ago, I said. I told him about the dares and the conversation that led up to it. You dared each other to ruin each other's lives, and then he took it more than seriously? Clark asked, incredulous. Apparently, I sighed. So you're not going to hold up to your end of the deal? Clark said. My end? He dared you first, man, and you haven't even tried. Well, no, I guess not. Then let's think of something to really destroy his life. Clark pulled himself from under the sink and washed the grease off his hands. The prison would do it, I suggested. If I can nail him for the identity theft, that'll solve the problem. True, Clark said, but we need to show him that you aren't going to just lay down and take it. I have an idea. Not going to ruin his life, but it'll make him realize that you're going to fight back. Clark took his car to Home Depot. We bought 2 cans of black spray paint, and Clark paid in cash. Okay. Where does this dumbass live? Clark asked when we were back in the car. Clark, his mom is great. I don't think I can spray her house. His mom? Clark laughed hysterically. Some guy that still lives with his mom is terrorizing you? Okay, Jesus, I said. I gave him the address and he took off. We drove past the house to see if any lights were on. It was dark. Even the porch lights were off. We parked 3 blocks away from the house and started walking. What's the plan? Spray thief on front of the house, Clark whispered with a smile. That ought to get the neighbors talking. When we were next to the neighbor's house, we ducked behind a fence and surveyed the neighborhood. All was quiet. No movement, no noise, no people. We stayed low and silently dashed to the front of the house. I sprayed the F. Clark sprayed the T. We worked towards each other. It barely took 3 seconds. We stepped back for half a second and examined the handiwork. The letters were 3 feet tall, easily visible from the road. We turned and started to run towards the car. Then the door to the house opened. I glanced over my shoulder. David fucking King. Oh, shit, I hissed. Clark heard me as we sprinted full on towards the car. David tore down the sidewalk after us. Clark looked behind us as well. Oh God, oh God, oh God, Clark chanted with each step. He actually looked worried. As we approached the car, Clark had a realization. Just keep going, he tried to whisper, even though he was out of breath. I locked the door. It'll take too long to unlock, and he'll know my license plate. Clark didn't have automatic locks. He had to use the key manually. I agreed with his logic, and we ran past the car as if it were just another vehicle. I looked back, and David was gaining on us. It was too dark to see his expression. Hell, I didn't even know if he recognized me. Split up, I cried, turning right into someone's front yard. Clark kept going straight. When I reached the white plastic fence that led along the back of their property, I glanced backwards. David had followed me and ignored Clark. I scrambled up the slippery fence and dropped to the other side. I had landed in someone else's backyard. I started running towards their front yard. A motion detecting light on the wall went off behind me, blinding me. I looked behind me again to watch David scale the fence in half a second. When the hell had he learned to do that? I rounded the corner of the house and smashed into a patio table and chairs. The chairs clattered down and the table tipped over while my body folded around it. My heart was pounding as I untangled myself.
That's when David grabbed the back of my neck, pushing me down, my face against the edge of the table.
Hello, Xander. Out for a walk? Fuck you. I spat, my cheek jammed up against the table's edge. Why so hostile? You know why, jackass? Not so loud. We're having a nice, quiet conversation. I struggled to push my head off the table, but he was so much stronger than me. Stop struggling and listen. I want to clarify the rules of the game since you finally caught on we're still playing. This isn't a game. You ruined my credit, stole my money, hacked my accounts, and stole my shit. I'm gonna kill you. But I'm not gonna kill you. That's the rule. I will not kill you, Xander. That would put an end to your ruined life, and that's not the goal, no. Now, you haven't put any effort into ruining my life. Why not? Because I'm not a sick psychopath, I hissed. Clearly not, he said coolly. But this is boring for me. I'm doing all the work making you fight for life, while you're doing nothing to improve me. Not that I haven't learned anything. But it'd be more fun if you'd fight back. I'll even let Clark help you, but I think you need motivation. You think I need motivation to hurt you? As if. Yes, you do need it. Because despite everything that's happened to you, your only attempt to fight back was pathetic. I need you to up your game and fight harder. So that's where some motivation kicks in. He reached his left hand into his pocket and pulled out a smartphone. He tapped on it a few times before holding it up to his ear. It's me, he said when the other line picked up. Put her on. Then he held the phone to my ear. Someone was crying.
Say hello,
the gruff voice said.
Hello?
Katie. Jesus Christ, he kidnapped Katie. You motherfucker, I yelled. Ease on the language, Xander. David smiled, talking as if he had asked me to eat my vegetables. Katie, where are you? I said desperately into the phone. David took the phone away and hung up, sticking it into his back pocket. You understand the rules now, Xander. Are you motivated? I'm gonna kill you, you son of a bitch. You'll burn in hell. Now. This isn't a theoretical discussion, David tutted. You and Clark do your best to ruin my life. Do whatever you want, but if you kill me, I kill Katie. Can't kill her if you're dead, I growled. No, my friend will. It's amazing the kind of people you can meet online. He's just as excited to play as I am. Do you have any questions before the game really starts? What the hell happened to you? We were best friends. Things change, he said. I've been dreaming of this game for years now. You were my only real friend that I could do this with. One day, I decided to just go for it. You've ruined your own life by trying to ruin mine. Once you're convicted of identity theft and kidnapping, your life is over. Now, that's part of the game. You can't ruin me if you can't convict me. I've been preparing for years. He grinned. His eyes were dark and menacing. Don't you think that's unfair to me? How am I supposed to put in a good effort if you've been preparing for years? I'll consider giving you some advice, he admitted, looking thoughtful. In the meantime, do your best. And tell Clark to play along because I'll have some motivation for him too. The sound of scrambling on the back fence alerted us to someone's presence. I shouted for help and David slapped me, but lightly. I tried to see who it was from my limited movement. Clark's face appeared over the fence. That's my cue to leave, David said with a smile. It's been good catching up with you, Xander. Clark shot across the yard, yelling for David to piss off. David just stood there, looking at me and waiting. That's when Clark caught up and punched him square in the face. David flew to the ground and released my head. I stood up and rubbed my sore face. David started to get up, but Clark kicked him in the side. "Stay down," he said. A light went on in the house behind us. We both turned to look. I had the thought to hold David here until the police arrived. When we turned back around, David was halfway down the street. Clark started to take off, but I grabbed his arm. "Stop. Let him go," I said in defeat. "I have something to tell you." We made a quiet decision to avoid the cops tonight. We wanted to file a report with them on our terms, not having to explain what we were doing trespassing in the middle of the night. We jogged back to his car and went home. We sat on the living room couch as I told Clark about David's conversation. Clark was staring dumbfounded at me. "I thought you said he used to be a friend." "He did." "And he never acted like this?" "No, well, not to me." "This is insane," Clark said, standing up from the couch. "He's kidnapped Katie just so that you'll try to ruin his life and follow along with some stupid dare? Is he crazy? He's going to be caught." "Let's hope so," I said. "But we should start planning. I'm not taking any chances while he has Katie." "Okay, man." "I have nothing to do with this at all, but I also want to help you. If it was anyone else, I'd nope the fuck out. Let's get started." I don't know how much detail I want to put in here, because it'll likely get slow and boring for you. We stayed up all night, mapping out events, people, weaknesses, strengths, everything that we could think of.
Yeah, honestly, now that I think about it, this would make for a pretty bussin' movie. At least so far.
We filled half a notebook with all our notes. These were the weaknesses that we could come up with that we could potentially use against David. Boredom with life, so we could make the game too boring to continue. His mom, if she knew what was going on, she might be able to get him to stop. I know some of you commented that we should kidnap Miss K and use her, but we were still very green and had no desire to do that kind of shit to David. Work? We get him fired, make sure no one would hire him again. Online accounts do the same thing that he'd been doing to me. Police, if we could come up with hard evidence to get him convicted, the problem would be solved. Katie. Since he had kidnapped Katie, the police would definitely get involved. I mean, I could easily report my suspicions about David, and they'd search him for the tiniest bits of evidence. Then we looked at the strengths and things to look out for. He was prepared. He obviously had a timeline he had been following and knew what he was doing. Time, junk mail, credit card incidents, these had all been done before I felt the effects. And this meant that there could be other traps that David had set up that would go off like a time bomb. Physical body, clear that for tonight, he'd been working out a ton and practicing, and probably training for his job as a security guard. Money, I mean, he had lots of money from all those fraud charges that I and my parents had received. Friends? If he had a friend who was willing to get involved in a kidnapping, then there'd be 2 or possibly more psychopaths to worry about now. Knowledge. He knew how to use fraud without being caught yet, and hack computers, or at least hire someone to do it for him. We had no idea what other dangerous knowledge he might have, so we made a list of things that he could know that we should learn how to counter. I won't list it here because it'd be pretty long. Willingness to break the law. I mean, it was clear that the law was not part of the rules of the game for him. He was either unafraid to be caught or confident that he never would be. After we looked at David, we looked at ourselves. First, our weaknesses, knowledge. We didn't have nearly the amount of knowledge that David had. Not just knowledge about how to do things like fix a pipe, but also knowledge about David. Who his friends were, where he worked, who he talked to, etc. We'd have to start learning like crazy to try to catch up. Money, we had no money left. Clark was limited because he just spent a ton on the plasma TV that was just stolen. Our home and car, David knew where we lived. We planned to sell our lease as soon as possible. He also knew our cars, but there was nothing we could do about that. Until we moved and had some money to buy a junker car we'd used. when it was necessary. I mean, no matter where we lived, if he could find our car, he knew how to follow us home. And there was Katie. David decided to change the rules and use Katie as motivation. We might have to rethink literally everything. It was fear. Clark and I knew that deep down David terrified us more than he angered us. I would rather have walked away than exact revenge. We were all afraid and unwilling to do a lot of things David had already done. I mean, here are our strengths. The law was on our side so long as we kept things legal. Clark's credit so far, David hadn't targeted Clark like he targeted me, so we could take precautionary measures to protect him. Our jobs, we had jobs. We could therefore earn money, unless David found a way to get us fired from them. We needed to come up with a way to protect our jobs from David, that's true. The FTC, the police force, the government, these government bodies with all their...
Skibidi Maxer, welcome back. You've missed around 40 minutes of this story that I just found. It turned out to be way better than like any other creepypasta I can think of. So yeah, to give you a quick recap, there are two guys. One of them, they were friends. One of them is like a total psycho, but the other friend didn't know that until one of the friends decided to make a bet with the other one. Each one of them has to ruin each other's lives. One of them didn't take it seriously, the other is like doing everything he can to do that. So right now it's kind of like, that's kind of the story right now.
Their vast resources were working for us on my identity theft. We thought it was likely that they'd be able to link David to my identity theft. I mean, looking at all the strengths and weaknesses side by side of both parties, it looked like an even match up on paper. But just thinking about trying to fight David made us feel like we were up against an impossible enemy. We sat down to eat breakfast and continued talking over what we would do. Both of us called in sick to work so that we could start preparing. All right. I posted our leases up for sale on Craigslist, I said, putting my phone down. Clark was sniffing the air with a confused expression. He leaned over and I smelled his cereal. Does this smell bad to you? Yes. I sniffed. Smells like cereal to me. It smells bad to me. He dumped the cereal in the sink. Clark pulled out his phone and called Equifax, letting them know that he wanted to freeze his credit for 90 days. When those 90 days were up, he would call again and again until this matter was resolved to protect his credit. His credit card with a $3,000 limit was still accessible to us, but no new credit card could be applied for. He then went on every account that he had online and changed every password to be random gibberish. He signed up for an online password manager and put his passwords in there. The password manager worked by only storing an encrypted file on the server. He would download his encrypted file from the password manager website, read or write to the file, re-encrypt it, and then send it back to the server. The server only held the encrypted file, no passwords. Even if this company got hacked, the hackers would only have a bunch of useless encrypted files. They could crack the files with time, sure, but it was the best that we could do. The only account that he didn't put into the password manager was his bank account information. He wrote down half of the username on one small scrap of paper, and the other half on the other. He did the same with the password. He intended to hide them in safe places around town. If David got a hold of Clark's bank information, we were dead in the water. While he did that, I finished both of our inventories to hand over to the police as soon as they opened for the day. Once the station opened, we were going to head over, hand in our inventories, file a police report for the burglary, and recommend David as a possible suspect. I also planned to point them to my identity theft police report and state that I suspected David to be guilty of that as well. Once we had the police report, we would go to our landlord and request for the locks to be changed, using the police report as evidence of the break-in. The tech had told us that the door had been opened regularly and not forced. That meant David had somehow made a copy of our key. As it got closer to 9 a.m., we got into Clark's car and drove around town. He got out at 4 locations and hid his scraps of paper somewhere. He knew it had to be somewhere people didn't touch for months at a time, and wouldn't be damaged or moved by sprinklers, storms, etc. I didn't know where he hid them, but he assured me they were safe. After they were hidden, we drove to the police station to file our report. We waited patiently for an officer to see us. Once we were called over, we took a seat and told him about the break-in, and that a police report had been started, and we were now turning in an inventory of our stolen things. "We have a suspect for the burglary," I said at last. "Okay. Who?" "His name is David King. He used to be a friend of mine, but not anymore." "What happened?" he asked, writing the name down. "Recently, I had my identity stolen," I said. "I suspect that he's behind that. So, if he stole my identity, it's likely that he broke in, too. He hates me." "Okay. But what exactly happened that made you not friends anymore?" I hesitated. I didn't know how to explain the situation. If anyone could think of a better way to explain the situation to a cop, let me know. I only said, "We had a major fight, and he threatened to ruin my life." "When was the fight?" "About a year ago." "And you think he's just now stealing your identity and breaking into your house?" the cop said dubiously. "Were you friends with him?" he asked, gesturing to Clark. "No, I'm his roommate," he replied, pointing at me. "Okay, boys." The officer sighed, scooting forward. "Thank you for the tip and your inventories. We'll investigate this just like any other crime. Give it our best effort. Can I get copies of your driver's licenses and phone numbers so that I can contact you if I have any questions?" We handed him our licenses and wrote down our phone numbers in the file. "I'll be right back," he said, taking the licenses to make copies. We looked at each other for a minute, taking a deep breath. "He doesn't believe us," I said, in resignation. "We'll find evidence," he encouraged me. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Then the officer came back, 2 others at his side. "Clark Ulysses," he asked. "Yes?" Clark said, confused. "You're under arrest for vandalism and trespassing on private property." The officers flanked him and pulled him to his feet. I stared at the cops in bewilderment. Clark's eyes were wide. "When I went to copy your license," the cop said, holding it up, "I checked it against our records. Last night, someone called in a report that you'd been in their home and sprayed thief on their house, then attacked him when he came out to stop you." My mouth dropped open. Son of a bitch. David King, the one you recommended as a suspect, was the one who called in. Seems to me like you're trying to discredit him before he reported you. Guess he beat you to it. "Read him his rights," he said to the other officers. "Wait," I said, standing up. "Hold on, I was there too. It wasn't just him." Clark shook his head at me ever so slightly. "No. I wasn't going to let him take the fall for that. Mr. King explicitly stated that there was only one vandal and that he watched Mr. Ulysses sneak up to the house and spray it himself. I know that you're trying to protect your friend, but don't throw your life away, kid." One of the other officers started reading Clark his Miranda rights while they cuffed him and walked him towards the door leading to the inmate processing. "Call my mom for bail. I'll be out soon," Clark shouted behind him. "Don't let him win." "Hello, Xander. Out for a walk?" "Fuck you." I spat, my cheek jammed up against the table's edge. "Why so hostile?"
Oh yeah, this is like a repeat. I think it was like a mistake in the video.
"David King? I want him before him. Know that you started reading Clark his... Wait.
There.
I called Clark's mom right away. I had her home phone number because last Christmas Clark invited me to his house for Christmas dinner, since my parents and I were still fighting pretty harshly. He'd already gone home while I had to work, so he gave me the phone number in case I got lost and he didn't answer his cell. She was devastated and asked me a million questions. It was very, very uncomfortable. And she agreed to drive down that day and post bail for him. She lived a few hours away, so she said she'd be here at around 5 p.m. The county we were in didn't allow online payments via credit card, cash only, so she had to physically drive down. In the middle of the phone call, I missed a call from a number that wasn't in my contacts. I called back. They answered immediately. Hi, I missed a call from this number. Hi, is this Xander? Yeah, who's this? Xander? I'm Katie's mom. Your parents gave me your number? Shit. Hi. Hi. Can't talk right now. I'm in a rush and She cut me off. Have you heard from Katie? She didn't come home last night. Your mom gave me your number. Please tell me she's with you. She's not, I said. I'm not sure where she is. I have to go. I'll call you back. I hung up the phone. I didn't want to talk to her about Katie because I was about to file her missing person report. I walked over to the reception desk. I was just talking to an officer, and then he arrested my friend and walked off. I need to talk to the officer on my case about my identity fraud. What case number? The lady asked. A while later, I was sitting in front of one of the interrogation rooms after asking for a private meeting. Detective Hernandez sat on the other side of the metal table. My 2-case file was on the table in front of him. He was glancing through them, trying to familiarize himself with the break and report. A tape recorder sat between us. He pressed a button on the recorder, and the tape started rolling. He stated his name, my case number, the date, and the time. All right, go ahead, he said. So I submitted a report for identity theft a while ago, and I haven't heard anything about it. And the FTC can take some time to respond, he replied. Well, now there's a new report from a break-in in my apartment. I was talking to another officer earlier and told him that I had a suspect for both crimes. Yeah, the detective said, looking over one of the folders. He had both cases on the table. One David King, correct? Looks like it was written in your file. Yeah, David King. He used to be a friend of mine, but now he hates me and he's been targeting me. Targeting you how? Most recently, he kidnapped my girlfriend Katie. This caught his attention. He pulled a pen from his front pocket. When was this? He asked, setting his pen on the blank page. Last night. When we went to go graffiti his house. He chased us and pinned me to a table. He called someone on the phone and had them put Katie on the phone. I heard her voice and he claimed that he'd kidnapped her to motivate me. Motivate you to do what? Hernandez asked. I told him about the Dare conversation, then all the junk mail, my online accounts, the credit card fraud, my parents' credit being targeted, my car's windows, the break-in, my bank account being emptied, the graffiti incident, Katie's phone call, protecting Clark's bank and online statements, and now Clark's arrest. Hernandez took copious notes. It just keeps escalating, I said in defeat. I watched Hernandez carefully, trying to gauge his reaction. I couldn't tell what he believed. I need more details about the phone call, he said at last. What did she say? What did you say? What did you hear on the other end? We talked through everything for an hour. Nothing I said was useful for finding Katie, but Hernandez sat back after I finished. Xander, I have to be honest, this all sounds very loose. I don't mean the crimes themselves, I mean the connections linking David to all these crimes. There's nothing that can be done about the identity theft until the FTC has finished their investigation. The break-in, broken windows, hacked accounts, and emptied bank accounts will have to produce their own evidence to prove that David committed each one. To you, this is all one timeline of events, but to the law, they are separate crimes that have to be treated with no regard for past action, he said. His tone was reasonable and concerned. I believe you, but I can't make an arrest without witnesses or hard evidence. Your story is circumstantial at best, but I do believe you when you say that they're connected. At least finally, someone believes me. What did the text say about the break-in? I asked. They said they found a few fingerprints. All the fingerprints found belong to each of you and a few other people who used to live there. According to the file, they've all been confirmed as past residents. What about the ATM cameras? Now that's something unfortunate, he said, looking through the folder again. We got a call from your bank to file a fraud report. It was smart of you to go through the bank to report the fraud. My boss made it a priority, and since it was your same name, it was added to your file on identity theft. I've been the one personally working on your identity theft case. Once I received the case, I called the convenience store at that ATM. They gave me the brand of the ATM so I could request footage from the company. Problem is, that ATM doesn't have a camera. What? How can an ATM not have a camera? Not all brands do. Some ATMs don't have cameras built in, and this was one of them. Someone logged into your online bank account right before the ATM transaction, moved all of your money from savings to your checking account, and they also increased your ATM withdrawal limit to $5,000. Well, online, which was above the $3,500 that you had in your account. Normally, you can only withdraw $500 per day. What about the store's cameras? I practically shouted. I asked for them to bring me the footage down. They said they'll be in today. I said, "But where's the store? I want to see this for myself." "No," he said firmly. "I may have inclination to lean towards your theory, but I will collect the evidence myself and a court will decide. You steer clear." "Then drive down yourself right now, goddammit!" I yelled. He stood slightly, his hand reaching for his belt automatically. "Calm down," he said, looking me in the eyes. "I have no money!" I shouted. "My car windows are smashed and I can't repair them. My rent will be due and I'll have no way to pay. I can't get to work in a car. I can't drive. I need my money back." Hernandez sighed, sitting back down. I breathed heavily. "If David is the one who used your information to commit your credit card fraud, why would he steal a measly $3,500 from you?" he asked. "Because he's dead set on ruining my life," I muttered. "That's the dare. He's taken it too far, further than any sane person would. He's sick. I just want it to stop," I said. I cried a little, and Hernandez let me sit in silence for a minute, with tears rolling down my cheeks. "What about Katie?" I asked after a while. "The kidnapping is going to get on top priority. That's the one case that has a witness, you. I won't be working on it, but someone in a different section of the department will be. The other detective will want to interview you today and get started." "Let's do it then," I said, wiping my eyes. Hernandez stepped out and returned a while later with the detective. Detective White came in and probed me with hundreds of questions. Where did she work? Who were her friends? How long had we been together? When did I last see her? Do her parents know? Questions like that. When I brought up David and the phone call, he leaned in and asked me the same questions about what I'd heard, what we'd said, and anything I could remember. Again, I didn't remember anything helpful. "I'll need to bring David in for questioning," Detective White said. "Your testimony's decent, but we'll need more evidence for conviction. I can't arrest him because I need more proof. If we arrest him without enough proof, he'll walk free and can't be tried again." "You had enough proof to arrest Clark!" I shouted. "Clark?" Detective White asked. "I was just talking with an officer who said David called in and told you all that Clark graffitied his house, and all he had to do was call and he got arrested." White excused himself to find out more about what had happened. He came back in 5 minutes later. "David has more proof on that case," Detective said. "Photographs on the graffiti, photographs of Clark coming up to the house, his own testimony about recognizing Clark, and a bruised face. Clark's hand is also cut up, which corroborates his story. We noticed it when we booked him. This is the kind of evidence we need to convict in a kidnapping. Right now we have your testimony stating you said hello to Katie on the phone, and that David said he'd kidnapped her. We need more evidence to convince a jury." "But I was with Clark!" There we go. I yelled. In the
Scene is finally watchable, like in full. Pretty much. Yeah, everything in life is a placeholder. Okay, all that's left really is to finish this, like this background animation thing over here.
"The pictures you weren't," he said. "Then they're fakes! An expert will check them and determine that." I sat back in my chair, feeling defeated. Detective White thanked me for my testimony and left to contact Katie's parents. Detective Hernandez sat back down, watching me as tears welled up in my eyes again. "Let me pay for your windows," he said. "It won't matter, he'll break them again the next day." "He's broken them more than once? Every time I repair them, they're smashed again the next day." "I might have an idea," he said, "but I'll need approval from my boss." "If you haven't heard of entrapment, In the context of police investigation, it's a legal defense that's used when evidence can be shown that an officer induces a criminal to commit a crime that they wouldn't otherwise commit. When this defense is used, there are two differing views. In some courts, if a defendant uses entrapment as a defense, the prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the criminal was not entrapped. In other courts, the defense has to prove that it was entrapped. The state I was in required the prosecution to do the proving. Hernandez recognized that his plan could be construed as entrapment, and he explained this to me as we walked to the boss's office. He told me that since David had already established a pattern of breaking my windows, Hernandez could set up surveillance on the car and just wait for David to commit the crime that he was going to do anyway. Since I had repaired my windows twice, and had kept the receipts, that would serve as good evidence that the crime had been repetitive. The idea made me hopeful. I sat outside his boss's office while he walked in and presented the idea. When he walked out, he gave me a thumbs up. David would never know what hit him. Hernandez drove me to my house where I picked up my car and took it to a repair shop. He followed me over there and paid. We drove to my work in Hernandez's car while they worked on it. Hernandez ordered us some lunch. I talked to my boss. I told him about my bank account getting hacked and that I needed to cancel direct deposit. Luckily, payroll was next week, so they'd be able to change the method of payment by the next paycheck. I told him about my situation, and Hernandez backed me up. He agreed to pay some of my wages in advance out of the store's petty cash until payday came, and I was to pay him back. I thanked him profusely for helping me out and apologized for having to call in sick that day. I walked out with a full stomach, $335 and a calm mind. With any luck, I'd catch David tonight. Hernandez took me back to my shop and I picked up my car. I tried to pay for the money I was received, but he refused, saying I could pay him back after this was all resolved. He told me he'd be at my house later to start the surveillance and just park my car up the street. I thanked him again before we parted. It was about 3 p.m. when I got home. I parked my car several blocks away and next to several others for camouflage. I didn't want David to find it and smash the windows before tonight. The walk was hot, and cool air conditioning was welcome to me in my home. "Excuse me?" someone asked timidly as I unlocked my front door. I peeked my head back outside. There was an older woman on the landing, probably in her 40s. "Yes," I replied. "You live in that apartment, I'm guessing?" she said. "Yeah." "I'm Mrs. Watson. I believe you and my son are roommates." Oh, hello," I said, extending my hand. "Whose mom are you?" "Isaac," she replied. "He and I were supposed to be driving out of state to visit family yesterday, but he never showed up." A chill ran up my spine. "I called him 1,000 times, but he hasn't answered," she continued. "I've been standing here ringing the bell for a while, but no one's been home. Can I go knock on his door?" I considered asking her to leave or telling her that I wasn't comfortable with her coming in, but I knew that would have been suspicious. I knew what we were going to find. I told her to come in, and instantly the smell overtook us. She tried to be polite and not offend me, probably thinking we were typical college guys living like pigs. She walked down the hall to Isaac's room. "Oh God," she muttered. The smell must have been horrific right next to the door. I shuddered, but went down the hall towards her. She knocked. "Isaac?" she called. No answer, as I expected. "Isaac, it's Mom," she said. I think the smell made her start to panic because she pounded on the door harder. "Isaac, open up, please," she pleaded desperately. I sighed. Gently, I guided her away from the door and braced myself. I took a running start and slammed into the door. It bent heavily, but the latch didn't break. I tried again, and on the fourth try, the door wrenched open. And I was inside. The smell. God. I don't know how many times I can tell you about it until you understand. This is one of those moments where I'll remember every detail forever. Isaac's room was a mess. There were 3 bookshelves that likely used to have tons of books, but the shelves were torn apart, books scattered across the room. His computer desk had papers scattered across it and cups knocked over. The window was darkened by a blackout curtain used for gaming, and the large gaming computer under the desk hummed, and the monitor showed stars moving around for a screensaver. Isaac was on the bed. His face was pale and patchy with purple lines. His arms and legs were white and also bruised. An extension cord trailed off the bed, the middle being wrapped around his neck several times. Some flies nested on his body, flying to another spot occasionally. Mrs. Watson entered the room and screamed. I just stood there, staring at Isaac's dilapidated body. David had jumped to murder. I called the police and tried to get Mrs. Watson to leave the apartment and preserve the crime scene. She refused and sat sobbing next to Isaac's bed. She was afraid to touch him. The police came immediately and escorted Mrs. Watson and I out of the apartment. The next few hours were a blur of questions and police. Hernandez showed up and looked inside. Techs were carrying in cameras and briefcases full of equipment, and after a while, they started to carry out some of Isaac's belongings in bags. His gaming computer took 2 techs to carry out. I sat on the curb nearby, not allowed to leave by the head officer who was running the scene. Hernandez sat next to me. They broke into your other roommate's door. All his belongings are there, but your roommate isn't. Do you know where he is? No, I replied. I never talked to him much. Were you close to Isaac? No. But it's still... I know. Do you think David is behind this too? Probably, I said, feeling numb. We'll still carry out the surveillance, he assured me. Don't worry, they'll analyze Isaac's body, and if they find so much as a fleck of skin that can link David, we'll nail him. No criminal is perfect. Hernandez left me alone, and I thought over the situation. Then a car parked nearby, and out stepped Clark with his mom. I jumped up and ran over to him. My God, Clark, are you okay? I asked. I'm fine, he smiled reassuringly. Posted bail, it was $350, so not awful. I thought you said you'd be here by 5, I asked Clark's mom. Side note, I don't remember the exact time she got there, but I do remember that she was earlier than expected. I was going to meet them both at the station. I may have broke a few speed limits, she said in a neutral tone. What happened? Clark's face suddenly went cold when he saw the policeman near our door. Isaac was found, I said, in his room. I didn't have to specify what state he was in. Jesus Christ, Clark gasped, putting his hand over his knees. He started hyperventilating, and his mom worriedly put a hand on his back. Clark, honey, let's go for a drive. We can get your stuff later. Your stuff? I asked. He's moving out, his mom said sharply. He told me all this sick game that your friend is playing, and I don't think it's very funny. It's not funny, I shouted. It never was. This fucking asshole's trying to ruin my life. It's not a game. A few of the policemen turned to watch me from the balcony. Her jaw tightened, and she guided her hyperventilating son into the car. They drove away, and I was left in the middle of the street, watching my best friend leave me to handle David alone.
Don't have a favorite indie game, I think. I can check. Hold up.
The police took Isaac out in a body bag. Mrs. Watson left with his body, still sobbing uncontrollably. I was told that I couldn't go into my apartment until they were completely done with the crime scene. No, they didn't know when that would be. They suggested a hotel room, which I laughed at. I asked if I could grab a blanket and pillow from my room so I could sleep in my car. They reluctantly brought it to me, and I gagged when I grabbed them. They smelled like death. Hernandez offered to get me a motel room or let me stay.
Don't have one.
Or even begged me to call a friend and stay with them. I refused all 3. I walked to my car and ignored Hernandez. I was still too mad about everything and devastated that Clark had left. Besides, we couldn't do surveillance on my car while I slept in it. I marched all the way to my car and slammed the door hard. I decided I didn't feel safe parking near my house to sleep, so I went to a Walmart parking lot for the night. It was as if fate had finally begun to root for me. I was walking towards the Walmart entrance from the parking lot to buy some food. When I was only a few cars away, an armored truck pulled up. The ones that carry money over to the bank, you know what I mean. And who do you think steps out of the truck? David fucking King. I strafed to my left and got behind a car, using the back tinted windows to observe. He was laughing with his partner, who got out the passenger side. I was too far away to hear what they were saying, but I definitely didn't recognize the partner as anyone I knew. It was obviously paranoia, but I wondered if he could be the one who made Katie speak into the phone. The two of them walked into the Walmart, and I took note of the company that owned the truck. And then I had an idea. My first idea on how I could fight back now that I knew where David was right this second. I sprinted back to my car. A little while later, I pulled up to Mrs. K's house. I got out and looked around, making sure that David hadn't somehow beaten me here or followed me. I had to hurry. Who knew how much longer his shift would last? I knocked on the door, and Mrs. K opened up. "Hello, Xander," she said cheerfully. "Hi, Mrs. K. Can I come in?" 5 minutes later, I was rifling through David's room. Had to hurry. Had to find something useful and fast. I told Mrs. K that years ago, I let David borrow a video game and just now remembered and wanted to pick it up. She had happily let me go into his room and find it. I had booted up his ancient laptop, but it was taking forever to load. Why the hell hadn't he bought a new laptop with all the money that he stole? That would have made good evidence. I glanced at every paper I saw, hoping for something, written plans, a checklist, a receipt, anything. Every paper I found was normal. From what I could see, his room was a disaster, which worked in my favor. He may have dropped something incriminating and not known about it. I stuffed every flash drive I could find into my pockets as I went. He had 4 of them lying around. They must have incriminating evidence on them. The laptop finally booted and I instantly tried to log in. No luck. Password protected. I should have known, considering how tech-savvy he'd been in hacking my accounts. In fact, all the incriminating data was probably on the laptop. He wouldn't bother printing anything out. And that gave me an idea. I picked up the laptop and flipped it over. A toolbox laid under the table, and I snatched a screwdriver from it. Using the screwdriver, I went to work disassembling the laptop, and when I finished, I held his hard drive up in my hand. "I'll ruin you, David King," I whispered. As I reassembled the laptop, something caught my eye under the bed. A box. Furrowing my eyebrows, I pulled it towards me. It was a shoebox with dust covering the top. A few spots were left dusty where someone had handled the lid. I opened it slowly and peered inside. It contained a 1/4-inch thick stack of papers, all bound together by a binder clip. The box was too small to let the pad lay flat, so it curled in the box. The pages were old and worn. They'd clearly been handled frequently. I lifted it out and noticed that it looked like a research paper. The front page had a title in the middle of the page and an author at the bottom. Psychological Evaluation for David Edward King. The bottom of the page had the name of the institute and psychologist that had done the study as well as the year. I did the math, and the evaluation must have been done when he was 16. Jackpot. I stuffed it under my shirt as best as I could to hide its square form. The laptop was set back in its place as if it had never moved. David would know something was wrong eventually, but not until he booted it up. I gave a last look around and wondered if there was anything else I should do. With no decent ideas, I left David's house. Mrs. K gave me a brownie on my way out. On the drive back to Walmart, I tried to come up with a plan. I couldn't take this to the police station because it was illegally obtained evidence and wouldn't be admissible in court. I knew that from a bunch of crime shows, I had to get at the evidence myself and somehow get it into the police's hands legally. When I parked to the Walmart, it still wasn't that late. I walked inside carrying the flash drives and psychological evaluation with me. I used the demo computers to look at the contents of the flash drives. Looking back now, I'm amazed they let USB sticks work on the demo machines. The first flash drive had old high school papers on it. Nothing useful there. The second and third were bootable drives that could boot Linux. I didn't expect anyone to understand what that means. It's not important. But it was the fourth drive that I had my first breakthrough of evidence. It contained a single text file that had been edited the day before. As I read through it, I realized that it was a conversation. With my current understanding, the flash drive was how David and his kidnapping partner had been communicating. David would write a message and hide the flash drive in a predetermined place. Then the kidnapper would go pick it up and read the message. The process would reverse when the kidnapper had a message to pass along. A lot of you will probably say, why wouldn't they just encrypt the emails? That's so much faster and safer. If they had used any kind of network to communicate, some internet service provider or some cell phone provider like Comcast would have a log entry of the messages being exchanged. Even if the data was encrypted, encrypted data is never 100% secure. If you dedicate enough processing power, you can crack any encryption. It may take thousands of years in some cases, but it could still be cracked. With our current advances in computing power, that could change to be even faster. David and his partner had reduced their risk of being caught by limiting who had access to the information. If you send an email to me via Reddit, I'm not the only one who gets the message. It passes through several servers and routers, who all make a note that a message passed through at a specific time. It leaves a trail. Unless you can erase the logs of those servers, you leave a trail no matter how you send your data. There was certainly risk that someone could find the flash drive, plug it in, and find all this data like I had, but that could be reduced by choosing decent hiding places. If you plan to pass messages this way, don't leave it laying around your room, especially don't leave it unencrypted. I still don't understand why it was encrypted. The text file would have a line, then skip a line and add another where the next response was. I don't have the flash drive or a copy of the conversation anymore, so I'll have to paraphrase as accurately as I can remember. I'll use bullet points here, so it's easy for you. Payment received? Yes. Last half of payment comes when it's all over. How long? Depends on him. Good. No suspicion. Quiet grab. Was she harmed? She fought. Couple bruises. Otherwise fine. There were some extra lines in between, marking the state of a new conversation. Any information? Kidnapping report was filed with the police. Changed locations every 2 days, as previously discussed. Are you well supplied? We have enough in the truck to keep moving and stay operational. Good. With any luck, this will be over once he makes an irreversible mistake. I shuddered as I closed the text file. That was damning evidence. I checked who the owner of the file was. It was blank. That would have been too convenient. I googled the kind of cable I would need to hook up the hard drive to a computer, and bought a SATA to USB. I was thankful that the demo computers were in an aisle out of the view of the employees in the tech center. To people who don't know technology, I'm convinced I look like a hacker. Let me give you another lesson in technology, since I seem to be giving so many of these in this series. When you boot up your computer, it asks for a password if you've set one. Without that password, you can't access the hard drive unless you do some hacked up work around it. In some cases, however, you can unplug the hard drive and plug it into another computer instead. The new computer will treat it as a regular external hard drive, and voila, you have access. Unfortunately, David had encrypted his entire hard drive, so it was useless to me at the moment until I had some spare time to either guess the password or find someone who could crack it. Going to the summer supply section of the store, I took a seat, pulled out the psychological evaluation, and looked at the cover page again. Psychological evaluation for David Edward King. I hope you realize that I've removed the institution author and date for privacy's sake. I spent an hour skimming the contents, using the table of contents to navigate. I constantly had to look up lengthy words on my phone, but I was beginning to understand what went on in David's sick little mind. Now, I won't give you an entire rundown of his whole life, but the report contained transcribed interviews with his parents about incidents, a psychological observation while holding David in confinement, and a general list of events that occurred in David's life that may have traumatized him. These are the ones I remember. David set fire to animals constantly and poked them with various objects. When a snake lunged and bit him once in his backyard, his mother came out to find him whipping the limp body against a tree, guts splaying everywhere. His only explanation was that it tried to hurt me. He was found designing traps for rabbits and other animals that were expertly hidden and designed. He claimed to have never looked at the wilderness guide to make them. His mother found entire notebooks containing designs for traps. The traps were aimed at getting both animals and humans. His father died when he was 12, which affected him greatly. He became quiet and reserved for years. The first day of high school, however, he changed overnight and became charismatic, energetic, and clever. In middle school, one of his teachers had been interviewed after an incident. She had noticed that 3 boys had begun picking on David, but he quietly took whatever they gave him. One day she came to class, and all 3 boys sat ramrod straight and stared straight ahead. They didn't dare look at David. And David was smirking and trying to hide it. Finally, let me try to summarize what the psychologist wrote about David. David seems to have a constant need to harm other living things and cause suffering. Once in my office, I found him stomping his feet on the floor. I asked him what he was doing, and he admitted that he was trying to crush anything microscopic that could be on my floor. I seriously feared that he will not be able to remain in society without serious medication and therapy. I had no idea that David had any of these problems or experiences. He and I had met when we were both 17. He was exactly as the report described, charismatic, energetic, and clever. I felt blind for not seeing any red flags, but I knew that he had hidden them well intentionally. The psychologist made another entry a month later. David seems to have performed a complete 180 in his mood, actions, and demeanor. He has been polite and kind every time that he has come in, and is very capable of being fully functional. The sentence struck me as odd. Months of statements about David's instability, and suddenly this comes out? I googled the professor's name. He died in a car crash the same year as the publication date of this evaluation. Son of a bitch, I reread the very last entry. I recognized the words from what they were. A coerced recommendation to re-enter society. I could feel the psychologist's words screaming through the page. Good God. He's going to kill me. No wonder David was so prepared. No wonder he was always ahead of me. No wonder his expression had spread such an absolute fear through me that night that he chased Clark and I. He was insane. He designed traps. He knew what made people and animals tick. He enjoyed inflicting pain on them and not just that, but watching them suffer. David was absolutely insane but functional. And that's what made him dangerous. I hunkered down in my seat and brought up a Word document on my phone where I could take notes, and then I started Googling. You know what I'm talking about. You're facing a problem, so you start searching for anything online that can help you fix your problem. The internet was a wonderful tool for me at this moment. Without it, I'd be dead months ago.
Okay, I really don't feel like animating this third guy. There's just nothing you can really show about him. So I'm just gonna not include him.
Kicked out of the Walmart for loitering, but I continued my research in my car. I turned the car on every once in a while to drive around and charge my battery. And that night I learned a lot about hacking, phones, Android, surveillance, police procedure, legal procedure, and all kinds of subjects that related to my situation. I took dutiful notes and outlined areas for further research and learning. During my research, I found a list of apps that could be used for hacking someone's phone. I checked my installed applications, and as you can guess, what I found buried in my phone was one of those apps. David fucking King had eavesdropped and tracked me through my phone. Instead of deleting the app, however, I kept it. It could be used in the future. I also researched the company David apparently worked for. It was a larger company that served several states, providing both long and short distance transport of valuable goods. This was good information. If his job was to handle valuable goods, then it could be an easy way to get him fired or even charged if some of it disappeared from his truck. His truck was long gone by then, so I had no current opportunity. During all hours of the night, Hernandez would call me. So would Katie's mom. I ignored them both. That was a mistake, I'll later learn. When the sun rose, I didn't feel tired. I felt empowered. Finally, I knew more about my situation and enough to be useful. I knew how to get those hard drives to the police legally, but I'd need Clark and Hernandez's help. I never got to use that plan, though. Reality caught up to me. David moved too quickly. I was driving to my apartment to see if I could brush my teeth, take a shower at least before my work that day, when my phone buzzed. It was Hernandez. I answered it reluctantly, preparing to get an earful of ignoring him all night.
Xander, where are you?
Driving to my apartment.
You need to come down to the police station. Right away.
Why? What's up?
It's bad,
he said with a cringe. Confused, I hung up and turned around, heading to the police station. I walked up to the station lobby to find Hernandez waiting for me. Did Isaac's body turn up anything? I asked, looking at his worried expression. They're still analyzing it, he said. Now he took a deep breath. Some new development has come up. I gave him a questioning look, and then felt cold metal click around my wrist. I reacted, but the two cops who had flanked me pulled my arms together. The metal clicked around my other wrist, handcuffing me. What the hell? I shouted. The policemen each grabbed one of my arms. Xander, I know you're upset about everything that's going on, Hernandez said quietly, but what you did went way too far. What the fuck are you talking about? Hernandez held up a bag containing a phone. He used the touchscreen through the bag and navigated to the phone's voicemail. The voicemail was jotty and sounded like whoever had the phone was running. Wind struck the mic, making it hard to hear places, but the voice was unmistakable. It was me.
Fuck you, jackass. You ruined my credit, stole my money, hacked my accounts, and stole my shit. I'm gonna kill you. If you got any motivation to hurt you, I'm gonna hurt you, you son of a bitch. You'll burn in hell, you'll burn.
My heart shuddered to a halt. I had said those things. I had literally said those things. The night David chased us and pinned me to the table, I'd said every word. That bastard had been recording the whole thing, and now had edited it into a threatening voicemail? David King's home burned down last night, he said slowly, watching me, gauging me. David and his mother were still inside. Firefighters found David alive and were able to pull him out, but his mother was already dead. That voicemail was sent to his phone from yours at around the time firefighters estimate the fire started. I lost my breath. My eyes watered. The world closed in. I couldn't speak. Couldn't defend myself, couldn't explain. Xander Jones, you're under arrest.
It's over. It's actually over.
I laid in my empty cell, trying to catch a small nap since I'd been up all night. My mind was racing, though, and made it hard to sleep. I kept rehearsing what I was going to say when Hernandez finally came to get me. They'd emptied my pockets into evidence bags, took my fingerprints, and one cop was heading out to search my car. I wasn't dumb. I knew the evidence would point the police to 3 conclusions. 1, that I'd been in David's home recently. After all, the data on those flash drives had been updated just the day before, even the ones that didn't have the kidnapping transcription on them. 2, the flash drive containing messages between David and his partner might lead them to believe that I kidnapped Katie. And 3, that I'd stolen David's hard drive, as well as confidential medical information. I kept trying to play out the conversation with Hernandez. I hoped that it would pan out the same way that it was running in my head. I was woken up by a slight knock on the bars. My eyes peeked open to see a man in a suit, standing there accompanied by an officer. Hello, sorry to disturb you, he said sheepishly. I'm Terry Jason, your public defender. May we talk? Yeah, of course, I said, sitting up. The officer entered and cuffed me. We were both led to an interrogation room where I'd met Hernandez the first time. I trust you'll shut off the cameras, he said to the officer. The cop nodded, removed my handcuffs, and closed the door. You can call me Terry, he said, reaching out to shake my hand. We sat down opposite each other, with the table between us. I've heard about your case in a brief overview with the chief, he said, pulling folders from his briefcase. It's long, I admitted. So I hear, he said. I'm going to have to apologize in advance. It's likely that you'll have to repeat your story many times during these proceedings. To prevent this as much as possible, you and I are going to sit down and write your version of events down. That way, you can fall back on your statements and ensure that you say the consistent and accurate thing. Does that sound good to you? He said. It made sense, so I nodded. First, I have a contract here for you to sign that says you agree to let me represent you in criminal proceedings. He pushed a paper and pen across the table to me. I skimmed it and signed at the bottom. He pulled it back. Would you like me to call you Xander or Mr. Jones?
Yeah, this thing is pretty much done. Sorry for stopping the story. Just wanted to say that this is done. I'm just gonna add a couple of things to help Tarcade work on the backgrounds, and I don't know.
The table to me. I skimmed it and signed at the bottom. He pulled it back. Would you like me to call you Xander or Mr. Jones? He asked with an easy smile. Xander's fine, I replied. Okay, Xander, let's start writing. Terry sat patiently with me while I wrote every detail I could think of. I began with my dare conversation with David and followed all the way up to this point. It started out as a page, with scrambled memories and words to jog my memory. Then it slowly formed into a statement that Terry helped me edit into a cohesive, fact-based statement. When you are asked about your memories or events, refer them to this document, he said. We worked for an hour before he spoke again. I have to go to another appointment, but I've asked that you be allowed to continue working in your cell. I've scheduled a meeting with a prosecutor and Detective Hernandez tomorrow at noon. Do you think you can have it complete by then? Yeah, I think so, I said. And I did. I spent the rest of my day writing that statement. I slept sporadically, but I was desperate to complete it before noon the next day. So much had happened, and I had so much to say. I was quite proud of the result. In fact, I was more proud of that statement than this one. That statement had a lot more fresh memories. This one feels a little scatterbrained. My statement was concise and to the point, but maybe it's for the best that this is the one that I posted. The next day at noon, I was back in the interrogation room. Terry sat to my left. Hernandez stood against the wall facing me with his arms crossed. Couldn't read his expression. On the other side of the table sat an older man who was introducing himself as Chief Gunderson, Hernandez's boss. Beside him stood a tall, lanky man with slick-back hair. He held his hands against his back, watching me intently. The tape recorder between us was running. "I've been brought up to date on the cases you've been involved in," Chief Gunderson said in a gruff voice. "I'm interested to hear everything from your perspective considering the recent developments." "You arrested me just to hear my side of the story?" I snipped. "No. I arrested you because you were suspected of burning down Anne King's house and thereby killing her," Chief Gunderson said. "Hernandez told me that you might have felt justified in doing so, considering all the accusations you've levied against Mr. King. So, I'd like to hear what happened from the beginning, and hear your side of events." "Who's he?" I asked, pointing to the lanky man. "I'm the prosecutor, Adam Lenderson," he answered. "Oh, so you'll be the one trying to put me in prison?" I quipped. Terry put a warning hand on my leg. "I'll be trying to establish the truth about what happened," he corrected, glaring down at me. "My client has prepared a statement that he intends to wholly rely on," Terry said, pushing copies of the 17 handwritten pages across the table. The chief and prosecutor took one. Hernandez stepped forward to grab one too. He instantly started reading from his spot in the corner. I tried to catch his eye, but he didn't look at me. I tried.
You know what, guys, I'm gonna take like another short break, and then I don't know. Can't really think of what else to do on this scene. I'm gonna have to plan out a lot of things for tomorrow. So anyway, I'll be right back in like 5 minutes, 5-10 max. And then I don't know. We have over an hour left of my shift, so let me just quickly read through what's going on, and then I'll give the story back to you. All right. What is it like to animate? It's like, I mean, at first it's probably hard. I don't exactly remember how. Don't exactly remember the experience of animating for the first time because it was so long ago. But for me, animating the experience of animating is just, you know, locking in and doing what you've been doing for years, which is just you know, like moving sprites around and pressing F6 every other second. Often the way the like this flow of just, you know, moving stuff around and pressing F6 is broken when you animate something, you play it back and just looks like dog shit. That's kind of one of those things that demotivates you like almost instantly. Like you have to push yourself to continue animating after something like that happens. I think I just like to make stuff. You know, I could come up with some other reasons, but I don't think they'd be quite as, you know, pure and simple as that. I just like making stuff. I like coming up with ideas and putting those ideas, you know, from outside my head into the real world. There are a bunch of other reasons. You know, I like to improve the the medium of madness, madness cartoons, like push it as far as I can, work on cool projects with other people, there's like this element of socialization with others. There's many reasons you could come up with, but I think the most basic one is just making stuff. Alright, so I'll be right back.
We can begin the process of discovery today, Terry asked. I'll need copies of everything, as well as copies of the official indictment. I turned Terry out and focused on Hernandez. There was something about his demeanor that caught my attention. I couldn't tell what it was. I focused on him for the entire meeting, trying to figure out what my instinct was telling me. They talked over legal details with Terry and corroborated the process of discovery between the two parties. A couple days later, Terry was sitting with me in the interrogation room again, talking through what he'd learned from discovery. Discovery is when two sides of a case share evidence, so there's no surprises when they go to trial. Anything not brought up in discovery is not admissible in court. Before trial, though, would come my arraignment. That's when the formal charges would be laid against me, and I would have to plead either guilty or not guilty. Terry was talking through discovery with me, so I would be prepared for what they'd say during the hearing and decide whether I'd plead guilty or not guilty. Here's what I learned. After I'd been arrested, the police had searched my car and found the hard drive, flash drives, and psychiatric evaluation, and something else that was curious. A half-empty gas container. That fucker had planted a gas container in my car at some point without me knowing. See, I'd been in my car all night, so either David knew he was going to burn his house down before I went to Walmart, or he planted it in the few minutes that I was in the police station. I told Terry about the car being planted, and he wrote down some notes. The police had searched through the contents of all the flash drives and discovered the conversation between David and his partner, except, as predicted, they accused me of writing the messages and therefore linked me to a kidnapping. The text files never specified Katie's name, but they claimed Katie's kidnapping was most likely a scenario since I knew about it and therefore was involved. Despite this evidence, however, the prosecution didn't feel like they could convince a jury without more evidence. So Katie's kidnapping wasn't planned to be laid against me as a formal charge, but they were searching for evidence. They had also tried to open the contents of David's hard drive, but found that it was encrypted, just like I did. They'd sent it off to the lab to be analyzed for whatever data could be salvaged. The medical report was classified as inadmissible because it pertained to an individual who did not consent to the dissemination of its contents. As a citizen of the United States, you get some control over who can look at your medical records. Denying its use in a courtroom is a right in certain situations, including this one. David had decided to exercise that right and deny access. As a result, the prosecutor could only charge me with possession of someone else's medical records without permission. That was a serious crime, apparently. Terry had also been informed that the identity theft case was being combined into the charges against me. The credit card companies had done their own investigation and were filing criminal charges against me for fraud. Why would they do that? Because a technical investigation into the origin of the registration of the fraudulent cards found that the reporter himself, Xander Jones, had indeed filled out, completed, and registered forms from his own computing device. In other words, they traced the IP address of who had filled out the registration forms for the card online and found that my computer had been the one to sign up. Which meant they were accusing me of signing up, spending all the money, and then reporting fraud. Also, a major crime. The emptying of my bank account was also pinned on me. Again, they claimed that I was trying to commit fraud by filing a false claim with the bank. The police had finally got the security tapes from the convenience store where the ATM was located. There were all three angles, one camera above the door, one above the register, and one in front of the front counter of the store opposite the ATM. The tape showed a man in a dark hoodie walk into the store. The video was grainy, as you would expect, but despite that, a large symbol on the back of the hoodie could be recognized. The man in the hoodie walked to the ATM and pulled something from their pocket. The prosecution claimed that it was a cell phone since the timestamp on the camera matched the timestamp of the logo into my bank account. The hooded figure looked down at it for a few moments before typing into the ATM, blocking the screen with their body. The money spat out, he grabbed it, and walked towards the door. The camera on the opposite corner of the ATM was the one able to catch a glimpse of their face. It was grainy, but the prosecution compared it to the pictures of my Facebook profile to claim that it had been just enough resemblance to have been me. Comparing to David's pictures, it could have been him too. I'd argued that point with the prosecutor pretty fiercely. When I was done with my outburst, the prosecutor told me that the investigators had also found a hoodie with the same logo in my apartment. Then they played their trump card. The bank had been logged into from the IP address assigned to my own cell phone during that time period. Regarding the fire, which was the main accusation against me, they had decent evidence. The gas can was one, the voicemail was another, but there was even stronger evidence. When I first arrived at Walmart, I parked near the front doors in view of cameras hanging off the buildings. They clearly saw me drive away when I was heading to David's house. When I came back, though, I had parked in the back of the lot, intending to be away from other cars while I slept. The cameras could barely make out the car parking in the back lot. It was too dark to tell if it was even a vehicle, the prosecutor claimed. So realistically, I only had my own testimony to support the fact that I got back to Walmart at around 6 p.m. I should add that it took about 15 minutes to get to David's house from Walmart, just so you can understand the time frame. Fire crews had received a call at 6:04 p.m. that David's house was on fire. They had raced over immediately and found the house burning brightly. David had been found trying to lift his mother up from the ground in her bedroom. They had brought them both out, and it was discovered that Mrs. K was already dead from suffocation. David had been rushed to the hospital with a few minor burns and some smoke inhalation. He had yet to explain his version of events to the police. The firefighters had filled out a report stating that the fire had been started from the middle of the living room, where a puddle of gasoline had ignited. The flames spread throughout the house. Traces of gasoline were found in various rooms, making them believe that suspects, or me, went from room to room and splashed gasoline around, just like in the movies. They also concluded that the fire had been started sometime before it was called in, because of how much damage had already occurred by the time they arrived. I now know that David had set an alarm on his phone that was linked to the app that he installed on my phone. When my GPS read that I was at his house, an alert would be sent to his phone as a text message. I could only guess that he'd jumped in his car, left work, and sped all the way home. That's why I think the time was so close. I'm telling you all the details so you can see just how hopeless I felt when I sat in jail. I was there for 2 whole weeks, where it was the same accusations and evidence over and over again. I really started to just give up. During the first few days, I asked Terry about how we could prove that it was David, specifically, who had committed these crimes. He frowned and told me that I should be more concerned about being proven innocent, period, not just pinning it on another man. By the end of the 2 weeks, I was ready to just plead guilty rather than fight. The arrangement went poorly. No charges were thrown out that had been placed against me. I would list all the crimes I was being charged with, but I don't remember their exact phrases, and I know I'll be getting it wrong. You get the general idea, though, that I was fucked. Bail had been set at $5,000, which essentially guaranteed that I'd be stuck in jail for a while. I had already contacted my parents out of desperation, and they would try to raise money from family members and friends, but couldn't pay immediately. After 3 weeks, I was very depressed and not eating much. Terry tried to cheer me up by showing me parts of arguments that he was preparing for, but nothing could cheer me. I thought about Katie a lot, and Clark and Ivan, and I missed my parents. I also missed Clark's first hearing in the graffiti case, so I had no idea how that was going, which made me feel guilty that I couldn't support him. During the time I was in jail, Hernandez only came to visit me once. It was during the 3rd week I jumped off my bed and ran to the bars. "Hernandez!" I said, "Please, please tell me that you've come with some good news." "No," he said. "You're being transferred to the county jail. Your trial will be happening there." "Why?" He shrugged. "Just how it works." "Did you find anything on Isaac?" I said. I've been clinging to the hope that Isaac's body would turn up evidence against David. I was wanting to nail him for that one crime, just one. I wanted it so bad that my hands would shake when I thought about it. "I'm not allowed to talk about that," he said, avoiding my eyes. "Anyway, I came to tell you that you'll be moved in 3 days." "Hernandez," I said as he turned to leave, "I thought you believed me." "I do," he said. "Until you burned David's house down." Now I'm not so sure who the psychopath really is. "I didn't do it!" I shouted. But he walked away. 3 days later, as Hernandez had said, they came to move me. After dinner, I was cuffed and led out the door to a police cruiser that would drive me up to the county jail 2 hours away. The 2 officers who drove were polite to me, but instantly cranked up the radio when we got on the road. I could barely hear myself think, and was starting to get frustrated. I'd always hated car trips without my own music. Now I was stuck in a 2-hour car ride with my hands cuffed behind my back and radio blasting music I didn't like. But about an hour in and I was ready to scream, I stared out the window trying to find something interesting to watch and focus my mind on. We were on a 2-lane highway with no other cars in sight. It's getting late. So looking back, I figured people were home for the night and that's why it was so dead. My view of the nice lake was suddenly obscured by a big gray truck. Trying to find something else to look at, but noticed it was getting dangerously close to our lane. I looked up at it and saw that it was an armored truck. And it had the same logo as the company David worked for. The panic was instantaneous. Something gripped my lungs and kept me from vocalizing. The truck slowly neared the side of the police cruiser before pressing against it. The cop shouted. The cop who was driving slammed on his brakes, and the other cop dropped the radio that he was reaching for. The cruiser didn't slow down fast enough, however, and the truck nudged it off the road. I braced for impact as we rolled down the grassy slope and slammed into a tree. My seatbelt had held me in place, but my head ached when it rammed against the driver's headrest. The 2 cops were unconscious, lying at awkward angles. Neither of them had their seatbelts. I started yanking at the handcuffs, trying to reach my seatbelt to undo it. I reached the red button and pressed it, and when I turned back around to wiggle out of the loose seatbelt, I saw David fucking King walking down the slope towards the car. Shit, fuck. I cursed, trying to reach for the door handle with my cupped hands. No such luck. The doors were locked from the outside to prevent prisoners from opening the doors on their own. David got closer and closer until he was right outside the car.
Hold up, I'm back. I've been listening to the story, on my phone. Because, I'm hooked. I want to see how it ends. And I missed, the last 10 seconds. Let me just...
King, walking down the slope, seatbelts.
Okay, around...
When it rammed against the driver's...
Okay, I think I missed more than 10 seconds. Sorry for the repeats.
Look at, but noticed it was getting dangerously close to our lane. But he walked away.
Okay, there.
2 hours away. The 2 officers who drove were polite to me, but instantly cranked up the radio when we got on the road. I could barely hear myself think. I was starting to get frustrated. I'd always hated car trips without my own music. Now I was stuck in a 2-hour car ride with my hands cuffed behind my back and radio blasting music I didn't like. But about an hour in and I was ready to scream, I stared out the window trying to find something interesting to watch and focus my mind on. We were on a 2-lane highway with no other cars in sight. It's getting late. So looking back, I figured people were home for the night and that's why it was so dead. My view of the nice lake was suddenly obscured by a big gray truck. Trying to find something else to look at, but noticed it was getting dangerously close to our lane. I looked up at it and saw that it was an armored truck. And it had the same logo as the company David worked for. The panic was instantaneous. Something gripped my lungs and kept me from vocalizing. The truck slowly neared the side of the police cruiser before pressing against it. The cop shouted. The cop who was driving slammed on his brakes, and the other cop dropped the radio that he was reaching for. The cruiser didn't slow down fast enough, however, and the truck nudged it off the road. I braced for impact as we rolled down the grassy slope and slammed into a tree. My seatbelt had held me in place, but my head ached when it rammed against the driver's headrest. The 2 cops were unconscious, lying at awkward angles. Neither of them had their seatbelts. I started yanking at the handcuffs, trying to reach my seatbelt to undo it. I reached the red button and pressed it, and when I turned back around to wiggle out of the loose seatbelt, I saw David fucking King walking down the slope towards the car. Shit, fuck. I cursed, trying to reach for the door handle with my cupped hands. No such luck. The doors were locked from the outside to prevent prisoners from opening the doors on their own. David got closer and closer until he was right outside the car. He shot a smirk at me and opened my door. I tried to back away, but he grabbed my arm and tossed me out of the car. I fell to the dirt with a gasp. I sat up a little and saw that he had turned his attention back to the police car. I saw one of the cops beginning to stir. David opened the door and pulled something from his pocket. With a quick motion, he stabbed the cop in the neck. Blood splurted out and the cop started screaming and gurgling, grabbing for his neck. I think I screamed too, but I couldn't remember. He closed the door and walked around to the other side. Actually, the other cop was moving, but I couldn't tell what he was doing. Apparently, he was reaching for his radio because David yanked it out of his hand and set it on the car's roof. And he stabbed that cop too. Don't get up, he threatened, walking towards me. I didn't bother trying. He walked over to where I sat and went behind me. I tried to face him, but he kicked me lightly. He knelt down and I felt him scratching the metal on my handcuffs. I was confused, but sat absolutely still. Nice to see you again, Xander, he said, walking to stand in front of me. I watched him with true fear. His entire demeanor was different from the night that we had graffitied his house. He was changed. When I didn't answer, he laughed and he twisted the small object in his gloved hands. I noticed through the blood that it was a crudely crafted shiv about the length and width of a finger. Told you. I'm not gonna kill you, Xander. In fact, for once, I'm here to help you out. Well, sort of. What does that mean? I asked shakily. Remember the night you graffitied my house? I nodded. I told you I'd consider giving you advice on how to succeed in our game. Well, the time has come. I'm going to give you more than advice, you see. You're no fun in jail. I've seen the evidence that they have on you. You're going away for a long time. I don't want that. So, I'm granting you a second chance to keep playing. He walked behind me again, and I felt sticky blood on my fingers and hand as he pressed the small shiv against my hand. Now, here's how this works, he said, standing back in front of me. I'm going to leave this knife with you, your fingerprints on it in the car, and they'll think you stabbed the cops and made a run for it. I'm going to remove your handcuffs and let you make a run for it. You'll have a 30-minute head start before I call in on the radio. Oh God, he's got a knife. He stabbed the driver and he... David cut off, mimicking the call that he'd make. Goosebumps ran up my spine. I'll be sitting here and waiting. If you attempt to come back, I'll just take you away in my car and we'll play a different game. You understand? I nodded, too terrified to speak. Get up, he commanded. I struggled to my feet, rolling in the dirt to get to my knees and stand. Come here, he said, moving towards the cop car. I followed. He opened the police car door and put his hand against the officer's neck. I flinched when he flicked blood at me. It spattered across my jail suit and face. I almost threw up. There you go, he purred. He motioned for me to turn around, and I did. He pulled the handcuff keys off the dead cop and unlocked the cuffs. I rubbed my wrists. They were sore and marked from the car crash. I considered trying to get the shiv back from him and attack, but the idea of going with him in his car to play other games terrified me. David had set a backpack next to the car, and now set it in my hands. Hernandez says hello, he said with a malicious grin. I paid him a lot of money to get him to let me track this car. He demanded that I give you half, of course. I'm not that generous, so here's $2,000. Change of clothes, new shoes, and a map. Nearest town is 10 miles west. Better hurry. Remember, in 30 minutes, I'm calling it in. My jaw shook as I put the backpack on and started heading towards the setting sun. The forest looked dark and menacing. I looked back when I was partway through the trees, and there he was. He leaned against the car, drinking from the coffee container one of the cops had brought with. Shuddering, in shock, and absolutely terrified. I walked into the woods. I honestly don't remember much of the night after the car crash. I only have glimpses of memories, and I don't try to coherently express them here. I got my bearings back after I slept off the shock. My higher functions kicked back into gear after I'd gone to a grocery store and bought a small amount of food. The amount of hunger that shock could induce is extreme.
Right now I'm just making notes for the background artist.
A pair of clothes, $2,000 in cash in 100s and 20s, and a road atlas booklet. I still have that atlas and use it when I'm moving on. Once I had food, water, and an inventory of my belongings, I could start to plan and work. I dumped my jail clothes in a dumpster and paid for my haircut to try and alter my appearance. Yes, I washed the blood off my face and hair before going in. When I looked in the mirror afterward, I still recognized myself, so I paid the hairdresser to dye my hair too. Now I know there's self-dyeing kits that cost way less, but I had nowhere to do it. I knew I couldn't stay in this town because David would know exactly where to find me. I had no idea how long this truce would last, so I had no intention of staying here one more night. I bought a bus ticket to an adjacent state and arrived only a few hours later. The town I chose was larger than the one I had come from. This was intentional, so that I could have anonymity and better selections of services for the homeless. This town had a soup kitchen that I could use to cut down on my costs, as well as a homeless shelter. I knew I couldn't live long on the already dwindling $2,000, so I started going to the library and searching online for odd jobs. I had to find something that wouldn't run a background check, if at all possible, because of that manhunt that was going on for me. I saw nothing about it in the news yet, but it had only been a day. After a week of searching, I found a job at a seedy telemarketing place that paid cash under the table. You'd be surprised how many of those there are. I hated the work, but I was out of the sun, at least making some money. Before I found a rundown and half-empty apartment complex to live in and pay weekly, I slept in the homeless shelter. I could have just stayed there and saved a lot of money, sure, but I hated going there. I avoided it as long as possible when nighttime came. The money I spent on the apartment was well worth it. I had some semblance of a life set up, and now I could get the real work done. I had gone to the mall and bought the cheapest prepaid Android phone that they had, and signed up for a monthly subscription that gave me unlimited data as well as texts and calls. I'd need to find a store to pay cash and top up every month. But it wasn't an expensive plan, and I needed internet when the library was closed. During the days I spent my time in the library with a cheap notebook I bought, doing more research similar to what I'd done in the Walmart parking lot. I also spent a lot of time working out and trying to get stronger. Before I had the apartment, I'd paid for a gym membership and showered there instead of at the homeless shelter. I decided to keep the membership and use their machines to get more effective workouts. The plan at the time had been to stay alive and away from David and the cops. I stayed inside the day the news broke out of my escape in the other state. The police finally admitted to needing help in finding me and went public for a request for information. They listed off the crimes I was accused of, as well as a request to question me in regards to the 2 dead policemen. I wrote down every detail of the investigation, though none of it proved useful other than as background knowledge. I kept up with the sporadic news releases so I could stay as far ahead of the cops as possible. For the next 6 months, I stayed in the news. During that time, I learned a lot. Living on a tiny budget, home repairs when the landlord wouldn't fix something, hiding when you suspect you're being followed, and navigating the streets at night all became second nature to me. I also continued to study computers and networks. I am by no means any kind of licensed professional. I learned by deciding what I wanted to know how to do and then practicing it over and over. One day, I was at the library when the news was published online. David fucking King was suspected of murdering the 2 cops. I was ecstatic and couldn't believe my luck. David King had finally made a mistake that had cost him. The news story did not specify why the police suspected him, but I didn't care. David was going to get what he deserved. A month passed with still no news on whether David had been captured or not. I found myself tempted to call Detective Hernandez and ask what he knew, but I didn't. I learned a lot of self-control and risk management during those 7 months. Risk analysis was built into my daily decisions. After checking for news on David for the 3rd time in a week, I decided that I would no longer be a bystander waiting for David to be caught. I decided to begin actively hunting David. Since I knew he was good with computers, the internet was the best place to begin looking for traces of him. I searched hundreds of forums, scouring for a list of keywords that I thought David would either post or look for. I won't include this list here. In only a couple of weeks, I found one of his online accounts in Stack Exchange. I took notes on everything he commented as well as his account activity. Fortunately, he had kept the same account for several years. Granted, it was under a pseudonym, but he'd kept it. He still uses it today, actually. I just checked. He's logged in 7 hours ago when I wrote this. Once I found one account, it held clues to many others. He slipped out information accidentally that I could use to locate his other accounts. Posts like, "I've always asked this question on other forums and got no response, so now I'm asking it here," would link 2 accounts and reveal yet another goldmine of data from my study. I spent weeks gathering pseudonyms, post records, and IP addresses that he's used. Anything I could find with the tools I had available. Some pseudonyms he used more than once, and others he created as throwaway names. The research gave me invaluable insight into the way David thinks, talks, and acts. I got to know him on a level I could never have hoped to understand from just being his friend in high school. I made my hate for him grow. not diminish. I didn't only check the regular web either. Some people claim the deep web is a terrifying place where you can get killed at every turn, but it isn't if you don't act stupid. I installed Tor and began doing the same data mining in the deep web. The results were fantastic. I found catalogs worth of information. I was able to identify a lot of his fake identities online and then map them to the fake social media pages that he had created from them when he might need a cover-up. And all of this came because he insisted on using the same usernames over and over again. Why did he do that? Because he wanted people to know who he was when they interacted and respect him. Weakness. One day, just for the hell of it, I sent him a message as myself to one of his accounts. I made my email address visible on purpose. He needed it. The spam mail started instantly after that. The response was so childish and brash that I was smiling the whole day. I knew that I could get to him. I also tried calling the psychological institute where David's records should be. If I was lucky, I could get my hands on another copy of his evaluation and study it with new eyes. There was no such luck, however. David had called them and told them not to send copies to anyone because he was the current victim of fraud. How ironic. I was able to use his accounts that were used the most to track down his location. Sometimes he used a VPN and sometimes he didn't. Recently, last week actually, he moved to a nearby city. He seemed to be following his own instructions to his partner to move along only after a couple of days. He was jumping from city to city, but not crossing the entire country every time he moved. He was making a snake-like trail throughout the country. I went over to this town that he'd moved to and walked the streets for hours, hoping for a glimpse of him. It was just my luck that he walked out of a grocery store just as I was walking in. He didn't notice me, but I followed him back to where he was staying. For a couple of days at least, I knew where he was. The next few days were spent in surveillance. I watched him day and night, following him everywhere. I saw no sign of Katie being with him, though, which made sense. His partner only came to visit once.
Okay, I'm sending the file over to Tarkid.
I hadn't seen him arrive in. I blew my only opportunity to follow him since I had no car of my own. When David moved on, I followed him. I slept on the streets again, unwilling to let him leave my sight. I followed him around and learned so much about him from his routines and habits. I had learned so much about my enemy and my nemesis that I was finally ready to confront him for the last time. And now, everyone, we come to the crux of the story. Now, this is the focal point that this entire story has led up to. Hello, David King. I know you're hearing this. I see you checking it during your morning coffee routine at Starbucks. It took you a few days to find it, but I knew that if I told the story through to the end and gained enough popularity, you'd find it. The more people who became interested, the more likely you were to see it, and now here you are. I'm sitting here, watching to see your face when you get to this part. This has been the build-up of the entire series. I wrote all of this for this one moment. You've been reading every comment. I've seen you scrolling through them and opening up sub-comments to see what they say. You're very invested in what everyone has to say, and the one thing you can conclude from the comments is everyone here hates you. Every last one. Hundreds of people now hate you. Many of them have offered time, talent, and cunning towards your complete destruction. I have refused their help until now. I want Katie back. All my stalking hasn't told me what really matters. Where is she? So I'm using this video to get to you. Either you give Katie back or I release everything about you to all these people who hate you. I know aliases, addresses, phone numbers, comments, admitting to legal activity, social security numbers, driver's license, passports, online account names, everything. The police will have it all too. I've been tracking you for so long, David. The first few lines of every post, I said, for example, that you'd almost found me. Those were lies. I've been watching you from afar during this entire publication of these posts. And right now, as I'm about to press submit, you just bought a sandwich at Jimmy John's. The meatball sub, it's currently Saturday, July 2nd, 7:32 p.m. and there's your proof that I'm nearby. Convinced yet? Bring Katie to Wells Park at 10 p.m. tonight and leave your partner behind. If you don't show, I will release all the information I have, dedicate the rest of my life to uploading that information and releasing it to anyone here who wants to do something about it. I've set up a timed release of the information. You'll be automatically posted via private message to everyone who ever commented on any of these, and they will spread it even further. The timed release will occur at 3 a.m. tonight unless I'm here to stop it. You need 2 people to stop it, each one with their own password. No, I won't tell you who the other person is. For everyone else here on this video, I will have another post up in at least 48 hours. I'm giving myself a time buffer to respond in case David tries anything stupid. If I don't write an update, and the information has been released, you'll know what happened. You've all asked what you could do to help me. If you received the information, do what you need to do. See you soon. David. Well, I'm back. Hi everyone, I am alive. Hi. Well, I'll just start by telling you what happened. I'm starting to shake even as I type this. I have to finish it. After I posted my last update, it was go time. I've been preparing for this event for so long that it was hard to believe that I had just hit submit. I couldn't go through and comment to everyone that Part 7 was up, sorry. I had to see David's reaction. I put my phone in my pocket and watched David from across the street. He was eating dinner just like I said in my post. His phone clearly went off because he perked up his head and grabbed his phone from the table. I'd seen his phone go off whenever I posted before, so I knew that he had set an alarm. I watched his eyes scan the post with interest, then his eyes slowly widened. I knew when he reached my favorite part because his gaze shot up and looked around the restaurant. He wrapped up a sandwich and quickly walked out of the restaurant, his eyes scanning the street while stealing glances at the phone to keep reading. It was very satisfying. It makes me smile just thinking about it. I didn't follow him home. Instead, I waited for the inevitable email. Do you know why David was so scared of my information release? He was scared because the internet was his safe haven. He was powerful there. He had our Dare conversation, and for so long after that, I was the computer illiterate one, and he ruled that domain, and now I had managed to track him in his safe place before I had been weak and an easy target for his games. Now that I had seriously fought back and threatened him, he was worried. The email came while I could still see him walking away. "Hello, Xander. Bravo, but I'm not going to meet in public," he wrote. To be honest, I posted Wells Park online because I figured he would want to change the location if it was a public place, and I didn't want to release the real address online. I didn't want anyone crashing the party and getting hurt. Sorry for lying. I'll be apologizing for lying a lot by the end of this post. I told him that I'd email him the new address 15 minutes before it was time to meet. He didn't respond. I didn't want him to have the address too early and show up to set up any traps. He really should have countered with a location of his own, but he didn't. I stood up. Time to go to the warehouse and wait. The location I had chosen used to be a warehouse of some kind. I didn't care what it had been used for, only that it had been abandoned and unguarded. If David tried anything stupid, which I thought that he was going to, I didn't want any more innocent bystanders in the way. I took an Uber to a suburban area a few blocks away. When the Uber left, I walked to the warehouse. When I arrived, it was already almost 9 p.m., not completely dark yet, but getting there. I walked around the perimeter of the warehouse looking for any sign that David had beaten me here. There wasn't any sign that I could see. I approached a side door and pulled a key out of my pocket, unlocked the chains from the door handle, and stored them just inside the door as I entered. The soundscape changed from an ambient evening in the city to that of a tomb. The factory had a single floor that was one big, open space. High above it, catwalks ran along the rafters, all leading from the warehouse manager's office, which was a metal cube suspended at one end of the warehouse. Self-scaffolding that had been abandoned broke up the empty space. Crate pallets were strewn here and there, making hiding places, I had previously come and strategically arranged them in case it came down to a firefight. That's also when I had put chains on every door. There were 4 entrances to the warehouse, not including the windows near the ceiling. I had chained them all except the one I entered through. That was my funnel. If you ever go hunting for live game, you know what I'm talking about. There was nothing left to do but to wait now. I sent him the address at 9:45. A rattle of the front door alerted me he was here. He was a half an hour late, which was an attempt to unnerve me. The door jolted repeatedly, but the chains held it shut. It was dark now. The only light streamed in the windows from industrial-style street lights outside. "How am I supposed to meet you if you won't let me in?" David called from outside. The hair on the back of my neck arose despite all my preparations. It was time. David tried all 3 doors. He skipped over the only one that had been unlocked until he absolutely had to. He knew what a funnel was, but he had no choice. The windows were too high and would result in a very high fall once he got in. The side door silently opened, and in walked David fucking King. I stayed where I was, hidden behind a wooden crate stacked with pallets. If he came in shooting, I didn't want to be an easy target. Slow clapping filled the echoing room. "Well done, well done, well done," David chanted. I peered through the pallets to see the door shut behind David. He was alone. "Where is she?" I shouted just loud enough to be heard. "I'm very impressed with you, Xander. Completely unexpected." Pulled his phone out of his pocket, lighting up the wall behind him. He began to read. "Fuck you, David, hashtag fuck David King. Xander, you brilliant bastard. Go get your girl, we're coming for you, David. Thousands of these, almost all saying the same thing. How does it feel to have people rooting for you? Do you feel better equipped to fight me now? Where is she?" I enunciated. David knocked on the door behind him and it opened. In shuffled Katie. Her face was red and shimmering with tears. Duct tape had been wrapped around her entire head several times, covering her mouth. Her wrists had been similarly wrapped in a band of tape, also tied her ankles together, but had enough slack that she could take small steps. A thick arm was wrapped around her neck, as a tall blonde man with extremely curly hair guided her into the room. "I said to leave your partner behind," I shouted. It echoed. "If you don't want him here, come kill him," David said. I didn't respond. God fucking damn it. "So Xander, how would you like to proceed? You're running the show here."
Okay, so I don't have anything to show for this stream anymore, because, you know, like I said, just finished this scene. I'm totally spent when it comes to animating. And the boss, my boss, was supposed to be here like 15 minutes ago, but he still isn't. And I think it might be over when it comes to him. So I'm looking for like GTA stunts, but I can't find anything good. So I guess I'll just leave this going.
I didn't respond. God fucking damn it. "So Xander, how would you like to proceed? You're running the show here," David called, looking around the warehouse. "Send Katie forward and leave." "Sorry. I don't have a guarantee that you won't release all the information anyway. Come on out here, and we'll discuss my terms. Like hell I am." David looked at his partner, and his partner used his free arm to punch Katie in the side. She cried out as best she could through the duct tape and faltered. But the blonde man held her up by her neck. "We can do this all night," David smirked. I stood up. My hiding place was off to David's left, so I walked in a semicircle until I was directly in David's line of sight. "Come closer," he grinned. I stepped forward until we were a couple yards away. "Look how you've changed," he smirked. "Your hair looks good. Should always dye it darker. So stoic now, confident. Being on the run has changed you. I guess all we had to do to increase the minimum required effort was to go on the run, huh? Maybe we could avoid this whole mess. And again, it's been so fun. It's get this over with, he growled. So hostile, David commented. What's your first term? He leaves, I said, pointing towards the blonde man. Okay. David shrugged. Before I could process what was happening, he pulled a handgun from his jacket pocket and shot the blonde man in the head.
That is a good idea. Oi.
He collapsed, dragging Katie with him. Katie gave a muffled shriek and untangled herself from his body, dragging herself backwards along the floor. She backed into the wall and stayed there, eyes wide. David looked down at the body before slowing his head. Katie gave a muffled shriek and untangled herself from his body, dragging herself backward along the floor. She backed into the wall and stayed there, eyes wide. David looked down at the body before slowly turning his head to me. My turn.
You guys are absolutely right. If my boss isn't gonna be present here, I might as well waste some of the company time. You know, Bardak Studios time.
David looked down at the body before she backed into the wall and stayed there, eyes wide. David looked down at the body before slowly turning his head to me. My turn. Jesus Christ. It finally hit me how over my head I was. I might understand David King, but I could never, ever match his sickness. It occurred to me that I could die that night despite David's rules. Show me the data, he said. That's my first term. I want to know exactly what you're going to release so I know it's worth my only bargaining chip. I tried to hide my shaking hands as I pulled my phone out. I went to my email drafts on a throwaway.
Hello there,
saved a copy
my dear employer.
Hey, boss.
I sent it to you, I said. David
Hey.
smiled.
Hey, boss. What's up?
Fast as a lizard, he spun around and snatched Katie off the floor. She screamed as he stood up and held her in front of him.
I'm
I pulled
here.
my handgun.
Now what?
Well,
You
you were supposed to be here quite a while ago.
Actually, I had business going on, and I couldn't come earlier, so it is what it is.
Alright. So I guess you can, you know, do your thing, which was meant to be like working on, you know, your project.
Oh, and you're gonna play Tekken 8, right?
Maybe.
Shit. And do you want me to stream or what?
Yeah. That's exactly what I need. Okay. Well, I was working for like 7 hours straight. That's more than you know, ever did.
Boo-hoo. 7 hours straight. Boo-hoo. I work for like 16 hours straight, usually.
Well, you don't give me enough work to, you know, fill all that time.
What?
But
no, you have plenty of work.
But I did finish that one scene. I mean, all of it, like the part 3 of my intro.
Okay, what about my intro? You didn't tell me shit. I think the timings are kind of off, but
I told you it was good, boss. Wait, let me just get your thing.
Say something is wrong, at least something. There must be something wrong with it.
I don't want to be a negative Nancy.
What? Why?
That's, you know, lame. There.
That's very true.
Yeah.
That's not lame.
Also, me and my wait, what would they be? Customers have been listening to a story together while waiting for you.
And what about it?
It's really good. I'm gonna okay, start doing, you know, your thing, and we're gonna finish the story, and then I'm gonna, you know, unmute you.
Ah, I see. All right. Actually, I have no idea what should I do, honestly.
Well, you see my problem now. Okay, you start doing your thing, and I'm gonna tell you when we're done.
Yeah, right.
Okay, he can't hear me anymore. Let's finish the story.
I said. David smiled reassuringly. Fast as a lizard, he spun around and snatched Katie off the floor. She screamed as he stood up and held her in front of him. I pulled my handgun out of the concealed carry holster that I'd worn. He was too fast and caught me by surprise, so she was in front of him before I had even lined him up in the sight. So you do have a gun after all, he said coolly. You didn't see that part in your posts. Relax. I'm just making sure I can read in peace. He held the gun to her head with one hand, while opening his phone with the other. My mind raced, trying to figure out the next steps. David had waltzed into a hostage negotiation that I had arranged myself, and took over. He took his time reading through the data dumps. His expression changed between surprise and a smirk repeatedly. "Well now," he said, putting his phone away and slipping his now free arm around Katie's neck. "I had no idea I was so careless." He sounded anything but careless. Katie gasped as he suddenly gripped her neck tighter and pressed the muzzle against her temple. "Let's move somewhere smaller," he said, looking up at the manager's box. "I don't want you running away when the going gets tough. You first, Zans," he said, nodding his head towards the stairs to his right. The door he had entered from had a set of graded stairs off to the right that led up to the manager's box. They went up towards the back wall, then turned to the left straight into the side of the manager's box. Another set of stairs should have been on the other side, mirroring them, but they had been disassembled and laid in a heap. I kept my face to David as I walked towards the stairs. I kept my gun pointed in his direction, and he kept his muzzle against Katie's head. Katie was sobbing and watching me. When I reached the stairs, I slowly backed up them. David followed once I was halfway up. At the top of the stairs, the door to the office stood. To the left, a graded hallway had led out over the floor, spreading into the catwalk that sprawled the entire place. I opened the metal door to the office and backed in. The only furniture in the room were 2 heavy wooden tables. The rest of the office was bare. A thin slit of a window overlooked the warehouse floor. David pushed Katie into the room with his arm still around her neck and shut the door behind him. I followed him with my gun standing against the opposite wall where the second door led into the offices were. The office was big enough that we were still a few yards away from one another. "Now I don't have to worry about you running off into the dark warehouse. As fun as hide-and-seek sounds. I don't have the time. You know, when I found your posts, I thought I had stumbled across some sort of therapy story that you were putting on, but it was so much better. You really have surprised me. You've grown and changed and tried to beat me." David smiled. "But you haven't changed enough. I can see it in your face and your trembling hands. You're still you, Xander. You've changed your exterior, but inside you have the same motivations and weakness." He tightened his grip on Katie again. "I know your next term is for me to let Katie go, so I'm gonna skip your turn. I know you'd prefer that she remain in my custody rather than get shot, so I suggest you put down your gun." I stood my ground. I wanted to take a shot, but didn't want to risk him being faster than me. I was confident in my aim, but not my speed. "Put it down," he said again. I stayed. In an instant, the gun left her temple and fired a shot into the floor, returning to her head. She sobbed, and the heat of the barrel on her skin must have hurt. "I'm not fucking around, Xander!" Slowly, I set the gun on the floor and kicked it in his direction. "Good choice," he said calmly. "Have you realized why you're here yet?" My face answered him. What did that even mean? Of course I did. "You think you're here to save Katie, but you aren't. She's been gone for a year now. You've only built up memories of her. The Katie you knew is dead. Not even that Katie is the reason why you're here. No, you gave up a happily ever after with Katie long ago. This isn't a hero's quest to save the princess. This is a revenge assault on the dragon." I tightened my jaw. I refused to admit that he was right. It isn't about saving her. This is about outsmarting me. Keeping Katie safe and sound is just a result, David said, his smile growing. "So in that sense, you and I are the same now. It's about outsmarting the other one. You've started out simply living life, then progressed to defending yourself, then to protecting your loved ones, and now you've arrived where I wanted you to be all along, trying to ruin me. It took you a couple of years, but you made it. At least, most of the way. Even if Katie isn't the true reason you're here, she's still a weakness. I'm gonna guess that other people in your life are the same way. You still have weaknesses that tie you down. I learned how to get rid of mine. Like your mother? I sniffed. She was a liability. It wasn't personal. You're a sick fuck. The door behind David silently opened. I'd oiled those hinges for hours, making sure that they made absolutely no noise. About to get a lot sicker, he said. He started to pull the trigger when he was tackled from behind. Katie tumbled out of his grasp, and he tried to use both arms to catch himself. His gun went off, but the shot hit the wall. Katie rolled away from David's reach. David started to get up, but the assailant was on their feet. David, on his hands and knees, looked up at the attacker. "Remember me, bitch?" Clark jeered and then punched him in a downward arc into the side of David's head. David dropped to the floor. He was still conscious. He grabbed Clark's legs and tore him down to the ground. I raced forward and pulled Katie out of the scuffle. I dragged her out the door before getting her to her feet and cutting the tape on her hands with my pocket knife. There wasn't time to get the layers off of her head. She was wide-eyed. "Run!" I hissed. "Go outside! The cops will be here soon!" I turned back inside to go help Clark. Not a romantic reunion, I know, but there was still a psychopath in there. David and Clark were wrestling on the floor, throwing punches and grappling with one another. David was bigger and landed a few hard punches, looking over my shoulder, making sure Katie was stumbling down the stairs. I dove in, aiming for my gun that was still beside the scuffle. David saw me and kicked my legs like a tentacle out of the ocean. I tripped and knocked the gun to the corner where I fell. David suddenly shoved Clark off of him and practically tossed him into the tables. I watched as David jumped up and made for his gun. I writhed on the ground, kicking. My toes barely caught the gun and sent it skittering across the room. There were 2 guns in the room, but both on opposite sides. 2 of us and only 1 of him. Clark rolled off the desk and jumped on David as he ran for the gun. They both slammed into the wall. I crawled for my gun, which was just out of reach by a couple of feet. There was another crash behind me. My fingers wrapped around the gun and I twisted around on the ground, aiming it in their direction. I had turned just in time to see David fire a shot into Clark. There was no hesitation as I squeezed the trigger. It struck his shoulder. He whirled to face me. I fired again, and again, and again, and again. Even after he stumbled back against the wall and slid down, I kept firing. Just to be sure, just to make sure that fucker would never get back up again. My gun clicked to alert me that I had emptied the clip. 10 shots and everyone had hit David fucking King. I exhaled and dropped the gun, letting my head fall back to the floor, my heart pounding. My whole body shook, but I couldn't rest yet. Shakily, I got to my feet, and I stumbled over to Clark. He was crumpled against the wall, clutching his left shoulder. Blood oozed through his fingers. "Damn, he shot me," he said, clearly in shock. That's when the police sirens could be heard. "Get out of here," he said to me. "No, I'm not going to." "I'll be fine. Police are going to be here any second to help me. Just get out. Get back on the run. I'll contact you when it's safe," Clark yelled. "Go! I'm not letting you get arrested again until they figure the facts out." I rushed toward the door, stuffing the gun back into my pants as I ran. I paused at the door. "Thank you," I said, looking at Clark. "Go!" he yelled again. I sprinted down the steps and ran to the door furthest to the back of the building. I unlocked the chains on the door and pulled it open. Ducking into the night, I had run this path over and over, making sure it was good enough for an escape in case something went wrong. I went to my previous established hiding place and hunkered down to stay hidden. I sent a text to the server my script was on and entered the password to cancel the info dump. There never was a second person. That was a bluff. There was no reason to release that information to you now since David is dead, and I'm sorry. I really appreciate the level of support to ruin David, but there's no point now. I thought he'd be alive afterward. The police will get that eventually as evidence now. As I tapped out, I am alive, and the thread to alert everyone that I was survived. Then I collapsed into sleep. This morning, I was thinking clearly again and feeling better. I ate and drank lots to counter the shock. I've started making plans on where I'll go next. It isn't safe to stay here much longer. The news hasn't said anything about the incident yet, but I'm sure the story will break eventually. I've stayed glued to the radio app on my phone all day today.
Bro, fuck playing, Brian.
Right now, hoping for an update on Katie or Clark. Thank you, guys. You've helped me remain positive these past few days and set this trap. It's finally done. I regret so many things about what I did and how I reacted in the past. I should have fought more fiercely before it came to this. I was too scared though, and I didn't really understand David, but now I do. Only now it doesn't matter because he's gone. From here, I'll continue to stay with him. I don't plan to turn myself in until Hernandez says the prosecution is ready to drop all charges. Hernandez is trying his hardest back at home to mitigate the evidence against me and all those charges. Clark's testimony about what had happened last night should really help reduce the credibility of David's claims. Plus, the GoPros we set up and the warehouse won't hurt. David's confession about his mother was a bonus that I hadn't expected. Originally, we had intended to lock David in the manager's office for the police to find. Clark had called the police just before attacking. Circumstances had changed that plan. Some of you wonder, well, what if David hadn't taken you up in the manager's office? We had a contingency plan. That wasn't the only option. Regardless, all our plans involved arresting David, not killing him. It was a last resort option and wasn't built into the plan. Didn't know I was prepared to kill until my gun aimed at David King. I don't think I fully processed the fact that I've killed someone. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel, or act, or think, or anything. I feel like I'm acting the wrong way. Anyway, there's another part that'll help persuade the prosecutor to drop their charges against me. I lied before when Hernandez came to visit me in jail. I said that he told me that he couldn't talk about Isaac's death, but he did tell me. They found a video file on Isaac's computer from the day he died. He'd been recording himself playing games for YouTube when there was a crash of silverware in the background. Isaac didn't hit pause on the recording and left the room to investigate. David came flying back into the room, shoving Isaac onto the bookcase. He slammed the door and was on him in seconds. The assault lasted only minutes. David walked out, leaving the door wide open. The camera watched him come back into the room with a pillow. He held the pillow against Isaac's body and hit it repeatedly. All the dead skin from my pillow fell onto Isaac's body. We found those traces on Isaac's body, but the video proved that I hadn't killed him. David had walked out and locked the door behind him. He'd made a mistake and hadn't checked what was running on the computer. All he saw was the game. Hernandez and I had been in contact while I was first on the run. I lied about that too. When I had first contacted him, he started crying on the phone, apologizing repeatedly. He told me that he knew if I stayed in jail that I would at the very least lose a lot of time out of my life. While the trial went on, even if David was accused later as more evidence came out, he had accepted David's deal and demanded that I be given half of the $15,000 that he was paid. David, as you know, only gave me $2,000, but Hernandez had hoped that it would help me lay low and evade capture until he was successful in contesting the evidence. We fully intended to report the bribe to the police. He told me that after my escape from the car, the police were very suspicious about the circumstances of my escape. There were too many holes in my story, and Hernandez had been sure to point out every last one repeatedly to his boss. A lot of you pointed them out too. Paint from the truck rubbed off bars separating the front seat from the back seat, GPS in the truck marking his whereabouts, and the location of the crash in relation to the time David sounded the alarm, etc., etc. David had clearly been desperate to get me out of jail. He risked bribing an officer and left a lot of his plan up to chance to get me out. David just didn't want to end the game yet. If I went to jail, it was over. Yet there was still so many ways he could ruin my life. His need for quick action led to mistakes. Hernandez also told me when he came to visit that Jackson had turned up. He'd come home a couple days after I was arrested and was brought in for questionings. He held proof and witness that he had been staying with family for a few days. When asked about the break-in and theft, he told his story. David had knocked on the door just as Jackson was finishing packing to go on vacation. He told Jackson that he was a friend of mine and was helping me move out. Jackson let him in, finished packing. He was just walking towards the door with his suitcase when David asked if he would be willing to help carry out the TV. Jackson agreed and carried it out with David. He then grabbed his suitcase and left, asking David to lock up when he was done. That's when he started stealing everything and trashing our house. That's also when Isaac would have come out and been killed. Solved the riddle of why the door had been locked and not broken when Clark found the apartment stripped bare. There are still some questions that I don't have answers to. We haven't been able to figure out what he did with all the things he stole from us. We also don't know who the partner is. Hernandez should know that in a few days and let me know. I also don't know how the keylogger got on my computer, or when the tracking app was installed on my phone, or how David was able to provide my social security number. driver's license number, and all the other accurate information to the credit card companies. The same goes for the fraud that was committed against my parents. I can't help but wonder if David had been in our house before the break-in.
Love gambling.
As for Clark, his disgraceful exit was a fabrication to throw David off. It was my idea to make him disappear from my life and take the target off his back. He was both to protect him from David's rage and so that he could support me in the background. His mom did come and bail him out, but she was much kinder about the situation and worried, like all moms do. When I messaged Clark to tell him my plan in posting this series, he immediately jumped to help me, and without him, I still would be watching David, waiting for a good moment to strike. It was his idea to plant the information. After hiding his bank information on scraps of paper around town, it was placed as a joke, a way to tell if he was reading the series. He wanted to see if David would go hunting for them. He didn't, but that was probably because he was on the run still. Clark's arraignment didn't go so well. He was still being charged with a misdemeanor for graffitiing David's old house. An expert was called to analyze the photographs and identified them as authentic and undoctored. Either David had someone doing one hell of a Photoshop job, or he took pictures from angles that cut me out naturally. He was still trying to figure out how to resolve this problem. With Katie, I still have yet to see her beyond those brief moments while confronting David. Been only a few days for all of you throughout this series, but for all of us, she's been missing for over a year. I have no idea what David or his partner might have done to her during all that time. I don't know when I'll be able to ever see her again, since I'm still on the run until the charges are dropped. If the charges are dropped.
FG.
I'm scared to see her.
2. Alright.
I know David did it, but I feel responsible.
I can do that. It's probably the easiest thing in the universe.
I wonder if she hates me.
Wait, what was it again?
What David said has shaken me. I've spent a lot of time thinking about it today. He told me I was there for him and not for Katie. That I was after the dragon, not the princess.
I'm way too used to the main man staple.
I've realized that he's right. I've read a few of your responses and agreed with you. I didn't write all that much about Katie during this series. If it had been about Katie, I would have written more. The fact that I left her to go back and fight says volumes about why I set this trap. David was right. It wasn't about Katie. Katie was a result. It makes me feel guilty and dirty to think about it. Maybe it would be best if I never saw her again. I mean, she's not likely to want to see me. Katie, if you're hearing this, if you can ever handle it, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Once again, thank you, all. You've helped me so much with your support, encouragement, and unknowingly aided me in making this trap for David. I couldn't have done this without you.
Okay, story is done. Wait, let me unmute Buran. Buran, we are done. Wait. I ducked the second one, does it? Hold up. Does it jail? That'd be the stupidest thing ever. Buran, you there? What is this guy doing? I'm playing Kazuya because, see, anyone can play him. It's just that easy. I broke that, but I guess it doesn't matter. Also, go back on your side. I can't play this, side. Minus. What? Okay, I expected a mash. What is this throw? Come on. Okay, I need some music on, otherwise I'm just gonna do... Alright. I do not care, I need some music. Otherwise I might... Classical could work, but also... You know what? This. Go on, play. Now I'm ready. What the fuck is he doing? Like... It doesn't matter, it's like 20 minutes until the stream ends, and I didn't get my stream pulled once, so we should have at least an hour. Alright, now check this out. Who is yapping there in the background? Okay, he's just gonna do 1 plus 2. Okay, it's Buran. Easy. Super easy. Why is that always... Christ. Okay. I broke that one, I'm certain. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot about my best move. This thing. That's why I wasn't winning. I broke that. Yeah, I totally forgot why I think this character is busted in the first place. Check this out. Oh yeah, this music was only giving her buffs, not me. I need something that Kazuya mains listen to. Hold up. Well, that's also what Dasker does fire. And look how far that got him. Alright. Now we're in the Kazuya zone. Oh, alright. Oh, it's a TTV guy too. Alright, if I take an L on this, I might end the stream early by like 5 minutes. Alright. That's down for 2. What do you mean? Yep, see? He's doing it correctly. That's how you play Kazuya. Let's try and hop kick. There we go. What? Who crouches after a roll? Did you get silly? I also know this trick. What? Guys, so many questions. Give me a sec. Okay, he's just copying me at this point. This guy, this dude. Okay, let me read the questions from Theodore. I wonder if Cree thinks on the making third iceberg episode, one subject, renaming. Nah. Okay, let me read the next question after I'm done with this. Okay, he doesn't know. What? this guy? What is this dude doing? What, is he expecting me to fall for it now? Right? That also works. No, Dusker, I'm getting into this whole like Kazuya grind set groove. No? Just gamble, don't think. Just, you know, gamble and it might work. I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, that's my problem, I was thinking. See, Dusker? That easy. Although it was 50-50 because we're playing Kazuya. No, it's yeah, you have you know, when it comes to winning, you have, you know, your chances are 50-50. You either win or you lose. Yeah, when you play Kazuya, just gamble. It doesn't really matter. Oh, this is Kazuya main's music. You know, just 4-4-2. Spam the down 1+2. Learn this if you want to, but it's not necessary. I can do this every so often. Maybe even throw a hell sweep. And that's pretty much it. This low is pretty good. Like this move. Okay, my argument against Kazuya is starting to fumble, if that's true. Okay, didn't I just play against this? No, I didn't. What's this dude doing? Alright, let's just kill him. This guy's weird, but I can out-weird him. Fish. Okay, typical Dragunov player. Yep, your thing. Not this. Timed it wrong. Go away. Who would ever wanna play against the Dragunov? Okay, last game and we gotta go. Also Buran. Boss, are you there? We can't hear you. Are you speaking? Talking? Okay, guess not. The boss isn't talking. I think the mix-up was something like this. Doesn't work. Oh, that works. Yeah, my wave dash is non-existent. It has to be like the fastest in the world, pretty much. I'll just... Ah, my... I haven't played Kazuya in so long, my fingers just hurt. This is what I want to do there. Okay, I guess that's it for the stream today, gentlemen. Tomorrow I'll be back, like I always am, with more madness. Yeah, it's gonna be never, Dusker. I gotta, you know, rest and shit. Also, you can see what Buran has been cooking up. I think he's been replaying it for the past like 10 minutes. So yeah, if you think my intro looks good, just look at this. Well, Dusker, what you're talking about is fan fiction. Because you will never beat a real one.